Papa must masticate.
Chat, just one more song and then we're live! one more song, chat, and then we are gonna go. Hello, everybody. Hello, God, wait, the Foogies, where'd they go? Oh, because they gotta go above me. Hold up. I'm trying something new, chat. It's Big Fauci. We're trying something a little bit. Oh, God.
Hide your chest, man.
No. It's a Slutty Tuesday. Is today's Wednesday?
Oh my God.
Today is Slutty Wednesday.
Why are you wearing your chest hair?
Here. What I'm gonna do is I'll move you guys to the side.
Is that
so everybody can see my chest. It's Slutty Wednesday.
It's a crucifix. I thought it was an aunt.
At least Greg, you're no longer in his chest
Not
hair.
on YouTube. Listen. I can go
Austin
a little
Powers
bit lower
looking
for
ass.
you guys. It's all good. Yes, chat. I did give up the shirt for Let. Hello, everybody. Hello.
This is insanely inappropriate for the topic we're covering.
It is. I don't particularly care. Hello, everybody. Oh God, let me move it.
I mean,
a
there
little
is
bit.
mukbang true crime, so this is a step above that.
Fauci, give us
we're
your
worse.
gamer girl bath. Oh shit! That got me good. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Yoplek, your one-stop shop for internet culture, news, and everything on the research of the internet. I'm your host, Fauci EXE in flesh form with chest out, and joining me today are some of my most lovely people on the internet. You know them, you love them. It's Ash. What's going on, Ash?
Well, I think I need HR in here right now.
You need Why would you need HR? Tell me what's wrong. What's wrong?
You got your titties out.
I got my titties out.
You got your titties
listen,
out.
They're covered. My titties are covered. I don't know what you mean. That listen, I'm trying to give the people what they want because this is going to be a heavy topic, and we need a little bit of like humor today. You know what I mean? Like we need a little bit of something fun.
Leia. They need the
Leia's
doggo.
right there. She look. She's already looking at you, chat. She said, "Where the fuck is my food?" I gave her the big one.
Is that Ron Jeremy?
Oh, Ron Jeremy. No, chat. Oh, no deep V's, please.
Leia looks so
No deep
disappointed
versus
in you.
please.
I don't have any like real deep V's. I was saying this to somebody that like I don't really have like a lot of slutty clothing, and I'm like I should probably start like purchasing slutty clothing for stream just as like for shits and giggles. God. I don't particularly care. Who the fuck cares? Listen, I could be soy and slutty all at the same time. You know, if you guys want the OnlyFans, just let us know.
No.
Oh, fuck. I'm going straight to hell in some fucking universe. Probably this one.
I guess you're lucky your mother doesn't watch the stream.
None of my family. They don't even know about... that's not true. My parents do now. But yes, Ash, how you doing today?
I'm doing fine.
Oh, Ranger,
today,
no.
Is there a hot tub fund? This goes to the hot tub fund.
Sure.
Thank you.
Maybe one day there'll be a hot tub stream. I don't fucking know.
Today, Killjoy had a stage talk going over how to make a character in
that's right.
D&D Beyond.
That's right.
I recorded, so that will be going up eventually.
Oh, sweet. Sweet. I'm glad.
And there's going to be a
that.
part 2.
There will be a part 2. Nice. I'm very happy to see that. I only was able to stick around for a little bit. I was in class literally from 8 a.m. to like 4 p.m. today.
I know you fucking freaked Killjoy out and distracted him.
You know, I didn't. Listen, it is what it is. I just didn't know that I was muted from a different thing. And I was like, oh, I'm muted. Maybe I should unmute myself. But you know, that just happens. But chat, more importantly, we have the illustrious, we have the sexy. You know him. You love him. He's Uncle Greg.
Hi.
Hey, Philosopher, thank you for the 5.
My bit to feeding the pupper.
You know what? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Len, what's up? Fauci, why are you teasing us? What am I teasing you with? My chest? Do you want it to go down lower?
No,
chat?
no,
Up,
no.
higher, lower, chat? No. Chat, what do you want? What do you want
Zip
from
it
me?
No!
Chat, you pay more money, it might all come off. Who the fuck?
No.
I'm sorry. Hey!
Mastication now.
Thank you.
Chat, you know what time it is. It is Feed That Puppers time. If you're new here to the Op Block, we have one simple rule. Every time we hit a goal, it's time to feed that motherfucking dog. So I want to thank everybody very, very much. And chat, if you're new here, we sing a song.
You sing it.
It's time to feed the puppers. It's time to give her treats. She's standing right behind me. Oh, she's trying to bite it out of my hand. At the Op Block stream tonight. All right, everybody, there is Big Leia. Hey. Oh. Hey, there she is, chat. You see her. She's bigger than ever. And she's just gonna, teeth it. And she has consumed her first treat of the night. Chat, you know what to do. I'm going to be setting another goal. That goal will be... She was savoring it. You're absolutely right, chat. So feed that pupper times 2 if we get 10 more super chats by the end of the next 3 hours. Feed that pupper times 2. You know what it'll be. That dog will get more treats. Also, if you want to just tip directly, you can tip us at the Streamlabs thingamaboober. But thank you so much. Greg, how was your day?
Fine.
Do anything interesting? Playing any games?
I'm playing Monster Hunter right now.
Oh, where are you at? What hunter rank are you at?
2. I started it last night.
Oh, nice. I think I'm at HR 4 now. Like, I've been slowly getting through it. I'm not like some people who are now like high rank, like they're like what? They're HR 53 or something at this point, probably higher. By the last time I checked, yes, Chris the Narc. I see that you continue to
And
play this game.
And Beckett.
Well, Beckett's somehow lower than Chris. I don't know where Chris has the time. I'm like, I know this motherfucker got a day job. I'm very curious where Chris finds the time. Yes, Beckett did go nutto mode. It is kind of hilarious. What?
I recommend Order Cinnamon Nobunaga.
No.
You'll love it. Reincarnated war generals in a dog park.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jesus Christ. That is hilarious. I don't even know if I would be, I don't know if I would be able to go through that on stream, because oftentimes these pet channels have something like music related that cuts the stream. So
Yeah.
which sucks, but that is what it is sometimes. So I don't know if I'd be able to go through it. But more importantly, chat, without further ado, we are here for one reason and one reason only. You know,
Murder.
chat, it's a true crime kind of day. It's kind of why I dressed a little slutty. It's for my true crime girlies out there. Yes, I see you. And my true crime boys and my NBs. Listen, I
feel
don't
seen.
discriminate. This getup is for you. Don't worry, chest hair is always here for you. Nobunaga is a Shiba Inu. Okay, respect. But yeah, we're gonna be going over a lot of Casey Anthony's history. Some of you guys I've recently found out are younger than the case, if not have no idea what the fuck a Casey Anthony is. And that kind of scares me. That makes me feel incredibly
I remember
old.
it was a big fucking case when I was in like high school.
Yeah, we were in high school.
Yeah,
when that happened.
you could not escape it. I remember
No.
watching Nancy Grace clips with older folks disseminating all the information day to day, week to week as it was coming out.
Mhm.
It's this was a big fucking deal.
Yeah, it was. When was the case? So the case was in 2008, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and the trial was 2011.
Yeah, and then the trial ended in like 2011. It's like a whole big thing. Spoiler alert, it's not gonna end the way you want it to end. You will see all the fucking evidence and you will be very annoyed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna give you that fucking trigger warning now, because it is insane. It's time to party with the Zanny Nanny. We'll get there are so many weirdo theories that have been thrown out by the Casey Anthony defense force. It's been a long time coming, and it was just like it got
Trigger warning, bad ending.
It's I have to say it because it's like I feel like with true crime stories, there's a very famous documentary. I think was it Dear Zachary, if I remember correctly. Is that the really famous documentary?
Letter to a Son about his father.
Yes. The ending of that documentary is just abhorrently depressing. Like in a way that is just terrible. I want to know what the jury was thinking, because Casey's lawyer wasn't that good at running a narrative, and there were lies that were debunkable. Yeah, Dear Zachary. Yeah, it's 100% one of the most tragic cases of just multiple systems just failing an individual. And I feel like, listen, for all intents and purposes, there's a lot of stuff with Casey Anthony, her defense team, failures of specifically the Florida police force, and like you're gonna just see a lot of misconduct that shows a picture of how do people get off. Well, fun fact, they fuck around and find out. Oh fuck, Italian hair jump scare. Okay, here. You want more? Look.
No.
No, stop.
No.
No.
TOS.
See, look. See, look, all my hair is super curly today. It's well hydrated.
Today.
It's just for you, chat. I got a little bit of back hairs too. This is somehow this has a hood on it. I have a boob window tonight, horror. I just had to just do it. Yeah, the prosecution fucked up. Yeah, so this is like one of those true crime cases of like, it's one of those true crime cases that really get you in a way that is really like hard to quantify. But without further ado, I am the most Italian man ever. This is here. I thought my nausea got better. My jungle
It's me,
wumpa.
Falgio.
It's a me, Falgio. Thank you for playing my game. I will break spaghetti in half if you keep this up. I mean, you're ruining the spaghetti for yourself. No one else. Also, side note, angel hair pasta like your... Oh, hello, Diesel Raiders.
Oh,
hello.
no. You do this on purpose, you bastard.
You know what? Maybe I did. Hello, Diesel Raiders. Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
It's
Boot
slut
window
hour.
is slut. It is
Slut
a slut
hours.
hour. Because what we're getting into is very heavy, and I wanted to give the beginning of the chat something to just be chill and laugh out. Howdy, y'all. What the fuck? Hoochie mama boob window Falgi. Yes, I do have a boob window today. I've said if you donate more, it goes lower. So that's
No,
pretty much what it is.
The other way.
No,
Donate
it's not
more
gonna go up. It goes
to hide
it goes
this.
down. Yeah, Orgy. He promised a watermelon stream next week, Falgi.
It is next week.
It's not gonna happen. I'm telling you
It's
right
next
now.
week?
I'm telling you right now. It's not gonna happen. Diesel will fall asleep, and then it'll just be. Why does the person who murdered her child want to be an influencer? Well, we will get everywhere. Oh, hello, Cloudy. Hi, sweetie.
No.
He.
I don't know why he makes-
I'm gonna need to see it before I don't know. Oh, yeah. I know. But yeah, chat, we're gonna get into the Casey Anthony stuff. As part of the preamble, I heard a lot of people do not know who Casey Anthony is. Damn,
I
look
think
at
that's
all that chest! Hey, Diesel, what's up? Listen,
Don't
you
encourage him.
too could do this, motherfucker. We tell you to do this all the time. I'm just showing you what you could do.
Yeah, get slutty
Hey,
for the
Gago, what's going on?
Don't have enough man sluts around.
You show more booba the more we don't know. Well, the hot tub fund must grow.
Yeah, see?
Thank you.
It just like, you see? Now there's even a little bit more. See, chat? Just a little more. How do people not know who she is? There's just a lot of people who were children at the time of her case.
Wow.
That's like one of the
15 years
biggest
ago.
things. Yeah, it was like 15 years ago. It's just crazy.
Just delicately placing these $2 in Falgi's garter.
In his
Okay.
G-string.
You know what?
In
Pay
spaghetti
enough and
string.
maybe you get a private lap dance. I don't fucking know.
Stop.
No.
Stop.
Listen, we made the garter joke. Yes, Diesel, we are that fucking old that the case
so
happened in
far away.
2005, 2008.
Okay.
Eight.
How many of you know about O.J. Simpson?
You're not Tom Selleck.
I do.
But
I could be.
Thank
you.
you.
Don't know that.
I meant Chad, but yes.
You should. The real one is like Lorena Bobbitt.
Yeah, the Bobbitt case. I remember the Casey Anthony case so well because
It was all over every news day.
But it's not even just
Yeah.
that. My dad is 2 for 2. If I
For
remember
calling
cor-
it? Did he call
no,
it?
If I remember correctly, I think my dad said OJ didn't do it and Casey Anthony didn't do it.
Oh my god.
God.
I just like, I feel like that's what I remember growing up as a kid. I can't remember if that's true. I can't remember, but like there was a lot of
Italian dressing?
Thank
More
you
like Italians be undressing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Listen,
thank you.
it gets lower, chat. Every time. Hey, Q, thank you for being a
Q's
member.
hood ornament became a member.
Oh,
Q's hood
God.
ornament celebrates 2 months of membership. Falgi got the 2 a.m. under the freeway overpass vibe.
Thank you, I do try.
Next you're gonna tell me he said, "Oh, Lacey Peterson wasn't killed by her husband."
I can't even remember that one. I can't even remember
Well, you don't
if
remember
he...
Lacey
You don't remember
Peterson?
Lacey
No.
Peterson?
I
That was
don't
right
know.
around this time.
I don't know if he knows that one, though.
Oh, okay.
That's like one of those things where it's like, I don't think my parents would know that. My dad was a true, like a real, like... It's funny, if anything,
No, actually,
my
Lacey
dad...
Peterson was 2002.
Maybe.
Peterson 2002?
Jesus
Man, I
Christ.
just remember it. Well, it's only 6 years apart.
I think, if I remember correctly, my dad was the true crime girly in my household, as I like to say it.
The Weaver Off
I
Dreams
was
became a
big into
member.
true
The
crime.
Weaver Off Dreams celebrates 2 months of membership. I need more aspirin.
So, both my parents nurses. They would basically work night shift, and I would basically watch like true crime
Yeah.
just with my brother, like all night. Until we were retired.
I mean, like, I'm trying to think. Like, there were cases that I like remember that my parents didn't really follow. Very famously, the Angel of Death case. That's just like really important because like he was a nurse around Jersey in New York. So like, there's like a, it's not a documentary. It's a film with like very famous actors, and they do a scene at a diner. That is my diner. Like, I go to that diner, and it's like one of those things where it's like, oh, this is just terrible. Yeah, JonBenet Ramsey, like, oh, there's a whole bunch of people, like, different people too.
yeah, there's like a couple like older child murder cases or murder cases they just fucking just bring back every couple of years just to like because there's like nothing new with it, but they want to run that content again.
There's actually something really interesting. I said it. So for those who are coming from the Diesel stream, I actually kind of wanted to say this because I find it very interesting. For those who weren't in Diesel stream previously, they were talking about like slop content and all that. For those who don't know, true crime in and of itself has like had like a weird like bell curve with slop content because it used to be like crime content used to be huge. Then it dipped super hard, like in and around like major cases and things like that. And then like the true crime podcasting and documentary genres started to increase. And then you like reached what a lot of people would consider like the golden age of like true crime, like You're Making a Murderer, your Jinx, like the one Staircase documentary I always forget about where it's like a wife fell down a staircase and they were trying to see if the husband did it or if he didn't do it.
I know that one. I can't remember the name of it.
It's called The Staircase?
It's called
yeah.
The Staircase. I just can't remember the whole case of it.
And
And then you had like oh my god, what is the ladies podcast? You got like I've heard of Sword and Scale. I've heard of oh my god, what's the Murder She Wrote? What the fuck is it called? It's the ladies, it's the two women, they do like true crime in their podcast, A Murder Mystery Monday. My Favorite Murderer, thank you. Or My Favorite Murder.
My Favorite Martian.
Yeah, like My Favorite Murder.
Is that where you got it from?
Last Podcast on the Left. A lot of those people really were doing what a lot of people would say would be the zenith of true crime and kind of rode that wave. And now we've had like weird blips where we're at the point where even the documentaries and the docu-series, like original JCS videos, yeah, that too. We actually will be going over a JCS video today. But it's really interesting how true crime has become slop content again because a lot of it has become like poor and it hasn't been as good as it used to be. And part of that is like obviously because like how many times are you going to hear about the life and times of Aleister Crowley until you realize that he just like shit cum and a lot of gay sex? Like
I think that the other issues like there's like several popular serial killers people like to cover again. They don't go for like the more niche stuff that like requires you to do a bit more digging.
If everyone likes the stream, will you take the hoodie off?
Yes, Ranger, I will.
Your nipple's showing, anyways.
I don't care. That's the whole point. That was the point, is for it to show, like, slightly.
Like, if you just like dig a little bit into like known murders within different countries, you find like really dark shit like no one covers. Like not like dark, like horrifying, but like more like it would be very popular if someone did a video.
Brian Isaacs became a member.
Thanks,
Brian Isaacs celebrates
Fucking
2 months of
thanks.
membership.
2 months.
Lizzie Borden axe murders.
Yeah. And I think that's like a really interesting thing. I've seen I do subscribe to Bose, a content creator on the internet. I believe their channel's like Bose versus the World or something like that now. They have like 2 channels, and they rebranded their second channel to be like a body cams video. Like a body cams video channel. But something I really find really interesting is that she's done a very interesting way of doing it, where her true crime series, Sinister, is all female murderers. And I find that to be a really, really interesting way of looking at it. There's like a bunch of different things too. I wish I could find it. There was like a YouTube essay like years ago that I watched that was about like police procedurals and why they became so like popular in mainstream TV, and then why cops happened and all these like reality based like not found footage, but like live arrests and shit like that. Like it is like crime as a genre is very interesting. Thank
I
you,
saw it.
Sapient.
That's what I needed, Lamau.
Thank you, Sapient Pearwood, for the 2. I'm glad my nipple can be what you needed tonight. I hope it gets you through the day. But like you think about it this way, right? If you guys are old enough to remember, Unsolved Mysteries was one of...
I love that show.
Yes, but it was like the reenactments were so fucking bad. For like all the true crime shit, like crime television and shit like that, like, and like
cold case files,
like cold
FBI
case files, and like I think it's really interesting to discuss how, especially like now that YouTube is constantly discussing like slop content, I think it's really interesting to look at true crime, because true crime is really like this like endless wealth of content, and that sounds fucking terrible to say. It just was that way. And over the years, like, people have really been shitty about true crime. Over the years, people have been really fucking disgusting about it, like hiding specific like case files and autopsy reports and stuff like that, like behind paywalls and things. And it's like such a like a weird, like forensic files, yes, perfect. Like it's such like a weird thing that we've come like in the place of like what true crime is, what true crime content is. But I would argue Casey Anthony's, we'll go to it. We'll go to the screen real quick. But I would argue Casey Anthony's case is one of those that really sparked getting a lot of my generation, which is now a lot of the true crime podcasters of today, I'm personally into a lot of this. Falgi, have you ever seen Toastify's video about plagiarism in true crime? No, but I would love to see that, because...
Can you post that in the Discord if you get a chance?
Yeah, I'd be really interested in that, because I'd argue that it's almost impossible to avoid it.
Yeah, because all these crimes are like public knowledge, like everything about them is published. Like the only time you would get something new is if you went out and talked to the people involved, or you actually went to the sites and like got footage yourself.
And I think that that's like, I don't think that that's unimportant. I think that's actually a really interesting video. I might just watch that in my own time. But I would argue like that's part of the problem with true crime, is that it's incredibly derivative, because at a certain point, like, what, you're gonna hope for more crime? It's why like people like Nexpo I find really interesting. Like Nexpo will do like special interest topics on the internet, some like interesting like true crime unsolved stuff, and then like I know probably in like the last like 6 months he did a video on like this like plane crash that happened in Japan and how like fucking insane it was and all these like different factors into it. Yes, I know, Rena Nipslip. Thank you for reminding me. But it's so interesting, and I think that I'll definitely look at that on my off time. But I think without further ado, chat, let's just get into it. All right, let's go. Bring. Sorry, it looked at me first. Rena. Rena.
It winked.
No! Okay, free the nip. Chat, if you pay more, I'll free the nip. How about that? You listen, it can all come off. I don't get. No, I'm kidding. So, why are we talking about Casey Anthony? Let's like have like a real discussion.
In the year of our Lord 2025.
Yeah. So Casey Anthony has recently come onto the internet and started to really discuss becoming a legal advocate influencer. And we'll kind of get to where she's been over the past couple years. There have been recent documentaries about her. There's like a Hulu documentary. There's like another documentary. Yeah, this is going to be depressing very, very easily. It's kind of why I did the whole fucking nip thing.
Yep.
It's just like entertainment value. Oh God, rage.
Let the nips be free.
We can't. Well, maybe at the end of stream we can't do it now that we're going to be talking about literal child murder.
There's a child on screen right now.
There's a child on screen. I really don't want to do that, but when is she making her call post on the Zanny Nanny? We'll get to all the weird theories that's happened. There's a lot. But chat, are you ready to learn about Casey Anthony?
No.
One's in the chat if you're ready to start the stream. Later the McRib stream, maybe. Don't worry.
McRib stream next week.
Don't worry. I'll make sure that the total nip slip is a short. Christ, I hate myself for saying that out loud. All right, chat. Let's go. I'm going to raise it a little bit. No, it should be good.
Most of you will already be aware of who 2-year-old Caylee Anthony was. The majority will know that she sadly passed away at some point between 1 p.m. and 8 p.m. on June 16, 2008. Her death is undoubtedly the most heartbreaking part of this story, and we only need a single word to epitomize her short life: tragic. But the primary subject of this video is not about the life.
This is a side note. I don't know why the subtitles are super off. I apologize.
Doesn't matter. It's fine.
Who said McRib? I've been summoned.
Hey, Platinum. It's soon. It's
Thank you.
It's soon.
Life nor the death of Caylee Marie Anthony. It is in fact about the psychological constitution of her mother.
Fuck this bitch. Fuck this bitch. By the way, this is not a robot voice, by the way. This
It
is
sounds
a
very
4-year-old
Robotronic.
video. The voiceover artist is featured. I do want to make it very well known. I know that
I believe it,
but
I understand it.
There's been a lot of recent allegations with JCS's most recent video.
Oh, is that a thing?
Yeah. That's
know.
why a lot of people have been accusing. They came back to the internet after like over a year.
They made a video at like 2023 was the last video.
No, they came back recently.
That's what I'm saying. 2023 was their last video. That came out in 2023.
Then it was more recent than this, because there was a video that came out and then they took down because a lot of people accused them of using AI. It's actually like there was like, if you look it up, there is like an AI JCS thing. It's like a whole thing.
Oh, okay. I'll look at it.
Yeah, the last video was a re-upload. Yeah, it's like very weird. It's a whole weird thing. But yeah. Let's get back into it. Hey Lemon, how you doing?
Mother, 22-year-old Casey Marie Anthony. So rather than tragic, you'll find the words disturbing and perplexing to be far better suited to the theme of this video. One of the many reasons this case is exceptional is how the present day's topic of discussion has...
I'm gonna speed this up a little bit, but yeah, this is subtitles Russian to English? That was bizarre.
That explains it.
That was...
What were you watching
I don't
recently?
even know. What was I watching in Russian? Why is she back like this? Attention. Narcissism.
Attention.
The dark triad.
little to do with the actual occurrences of the crime, but in fact the subsequent developments that followed. People are no longer talking about how or even why Caylee Anthony passed away. They are instead talking about the manner in which a mother responded to her daughter's death.
Really
Given
sad.
all the acquired information we now have, even if we afford this person the most morally acceptable possibility of what occurred, her manner of conduct was still unimaginably cold-blooded. This is driven home by the fact she was evaluated by 2 clinical psychologists during her time in custody, and not a single abnormality was discovered with...
I want to actually discuss that real quick. She was evaluated, and they said that she was mentally fit to trial. It doesn't necessarily just tie into the fact of like, oh, maybe she's this, maybe she's that. Because a lot of people will be like, oh, she's got like narcissistic traits. There's allegedly been new allegations of sexual trauma that's gone on in her life. Apparently, potentially the grandfather. Also, Casey Anthony has now also stated that her child is was conceived during sexual assault. None of that came up in the case. That's only been made relevant as of 2024. I mean, excuse me, 2024, 2025, which is like the strangest part of this. It's so like it's like, why is this new information? Like, why are you discussing this now after all these years when this could have been presented in your trial for your defense? No way. Her Toyo tried to do the sexual trauma thing by the hands of her own father during court case. That was all BS. Yes, but it's like recently come back up again. It's just like, and again, yes, as Mau Square hyper fixates on, and it's exactly correct. None of this matters to the death of her daughter. None of it does.
Yeah, it seems like Casey's acting like we like most of America has not already seen her trial. Like all of us in our 30s know about Casey Anthony and what happened, and because it was everywhere. And
like, spoiler alert, like they fucked up. Like the prosecution, the police involved, we're all fucked up. Yeah, mentally fit means that she's determined to know right from wrong, but probably mattered more on the degree of things instead of compensate. Yeah. No, 100%. But I do want to make that known because a lot of people will be like, oh, well, she presents with these traits. Yeah, she's going to present with those traits, but you have to understand what a psychiatric examination for trial means. Because some people just don't know it. It's crazy. Like, this is a crazy case.
Relation to her psychological state. In other words, there were no signs of mental illness whatsoever. And this makes the character study of Casey Anthony just as fascinating as it is terrifying. A human being's state of mind is something most accurately assessed with the full capacity of hindsight. So before we evaluate our first segment of raw footage, here's a quick rundown of each of the essential moments that will give you a broader understanding of what we're actually...
Yes, testifying insanity is insanely hard. Yeah. And also it's not as simple as people will understand. Because here's the reality. Even if you testify insanity, what happens is you do just go to a like mental institute for a number of years until you're quote unquote better. I've had patients that have done that who have reoffended or have had like psychotic breaks. Like it does happen. And then they go to a mental health facility for a number of years afterwards. And it's like kind of always tied to them. It's not like in the movies where it gets you off or you go somewhere quote unquote cushy. A lot of these mental health institutions are not, they're not well accommodating and well run. I'll tell you that for free. So take that as what you will.
Actually dealing with. On the 15th of July, 2008, Orlando police received a call from Cindy Anthony, the grandmother of the victim.
911, what's your emergency? I called a little bit ago, the deputy sheriff. I found out my granddaughter has been taken. She has been missing for a month.
Chat. Let's discuss this. A month. The child was missing for 31 days before anyone called the authorities. This case actually went to, like...
Daniel Larson.
Thank you, Brian
Thank you.
Isaacs. 31 days, not a single motherfucking call. This case actually led to a law called Caylee's Law, and we'll get to it. And yeah, nobody had seen her since Thanksgiving, and nobody questioned it. No one.
Well, if I remember correctly, her mom made excuses. Like they were like out of town or something. Like they were on a trip. There was like she made a bunch of different excuses why, like she didn't like report her daughter missing, or she acted like she wasn't missing. Like I don't.
Yeah, it was.
We'll find
insane.
out in the video.
Yeah, we'll find out. We'll find out. But it's an insane case.
Talking about a 3-year-old little girl. My daughter finally admitted that the baby's in the store. I need to find her. Your daughter admitted that the baby is where? But the babysitter took her a month ago. My daughter's been looking for her. I told you my daughter was missing from...
So, you'll hear the Zanny Nanny babysitter defense a lot. We'll get to that. We will get there.
I just found her today, but I can't find my granddaughter. And she just admitted to me that she's been trying to find her herself. There's something wrong. I found my daughter's car today, and it smells like there's been a dead body in the damn car. Okay, what is the 3-year-old's name? Caylee. Caylee. Anthony.
So Anthony's car smells like a dead body.
The issue with that is she did retract that statement later on.
We'll get there.
Okay.
We will get there.
Caylee Anthony? Yes. How long has she been missing for? I have not seen her since the 7th of June. Is your daughter there? Yes. Can I speak with her?
The 7th of June.
They want to talk to you. Answer the question. Hello? Hello? Yes. Can you tell me what's going on a little bit? I'm sorry? Can you tell me a little bit what's going on? My daughter's been missing for the last 31 days. And you know who has her? I know who has her. I've tried to contact her. I actually received a phone call today, now from a number that is no longer in service. I did get to speak to my daughter for about a minute. Who has her? Do you have a name? Her name is Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez.
To give some context to this bizarre phone call, Casey Anthony had left the family home with her daughter a month earlier, stating that she had a work assignment in Tampa and would be traveling the entire time. Caylee's grandparents would ask repeatedly over the following month to see, or at least speak to their granddaughter, but Casey claimed each and every time that she was too busy with work, and that Caylee was with a nanny who went by the name Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez, or Zanny for short. On July 15th, exactly 6 weeks after Caylee was last seen by her grandparents, George Anthony received a phone call that the family car was at the impound lot. This immediately alerted suspicion, as it was the same car Casey had supposedly been traveling with for work. Suspicion turned into panic once they picked up the vehicle, and George discovered a strong odor emanating from the trunk, one that he recognized from his years as a police officer, and found comparable to that of human decomposition. Through contacting one of Casey's friends...
Interesting. So her father, who was a police officer, said, this smells like a dead body. Interesting.
Her parents managed to track her down at her boyfriend's house in Orlando, where they were found smoking marijuana and watching TV. When inquired over the whereabouts...
Interesting. My child is missing for 31 days. You know what I'm gonna do? Get really fucking high. Tell no one, not even the police, and be zooted out of my mind. Seems like the picture of innocence to me.
Of her daughter, Casey stated that she had been kidnapped 31 days before by the supposed babysitter. It was at that moment Cindy Anthony called 911.
911, what's your emergency? Who has her? Do you have a name? Her name is Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez. Who is that? Babysitter? She's been my nanny for about a year and a half, almost 2 years. Why are you calling now? Why didn't you call 31 days ago? I've been looking for her and have gone through other resources to try to find her, which was stupid. I think the officers are here. The officers are there? Yes.
Now let's indulge in the world of fantasy for just a moment, and pretend all of what Casey had just stated was true.
Yeah.
She had indeed been working,
Yeah.
and her daughter was in fact kidnapped by the babysitter a month earlier.
Yeah.
The immediate premise most would gather would be that Casey had no regard for her daughter whatsoever. In the 911 call, there was no urgency nor concern in her voice, and rather than her volunteering information, which most parents would do in a frantic manner, it had to be acquired by the dispatcher through repeated inquisition. All you have to do is compare Casey's dialogue to that of her mother's in the same phone call. One was indifferent, while the other was distraught. Police would have picked up on this.
Interesting. That's an interesting comparison. One was indifferent. The other one, extremely distraught. Fascinating, right? Huh.
Immediately. Even without the bizarre phone call, the circumstances alone would make Casey the prime suspect in her daughter's disappearance.
Exactly.
She was immediately interviewed as a witness, which unbeknownst to her, was the detective's first step in locking her into as many lies as possible.
The day right now is July 16, 2008. The time right now is 0411 hours. I'm Detective Mellish with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I am with Casey Anthony, is that correct?
Yes.
Casey, you understand this is being recorded?
Yes.
You have any objection to that?
No.
All right. Casey, I got a call here in reference to a missing child. You took Casey to a babysitter's house?
Yes.
And who was this babysitter?
Her name is Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez.
Okay. How long had you known Zenaida?
Almost 4 years. It'll be 4 years Christmas this year.
And where did you meet her? Who did you meet her through?
A mutual friend. His name is Jeffrey Michael Hopkins. I met him at...
I'm concerned for her forehead. A hitman's dream.
Let's chat.
Thank you for your tip.
Thank you for your tip. Let's not do that. Yeah. The video game Hitman, now available on Steam. I'm sure there is a bunch of just DLC, and maybe it's on sale. Maybe the game's on sale, unofficial thing. But also remember TOS, please. Thank you.
Nickelodeon at Universal, and I met her through him. She was his son's nanny at the time.
Does Jeffrey still work at Universal?
No, he does not.
How long has it been since he left?
About 9-10 months, give or take.
How old is this case? So the case originally happened, the original disappearance and then finding of Caylee was in 2008. The case would not be tried for another 3 years, so 2011.
He moved up to North Carolina for a short time and moved down to Jacksonville within the last 3 months.
How would you characterize your relationship with Miss Anthony?
More or less acquaintances.
Weren't very good friends?
Not very good friends.
Did you ever work at Universal Studios?
I did.
When did you work at Universal Studios?
Approximately 2002.
How long did you work there for?
1 year.
Did you ever work there at the same time that Casey Anthony worked there?
I don't think so.
You don't recall ever seeing her there?
Never.
Did you ever introduce Casey Anthony to a woman by the name of Zenaida Gonzalez?
I did not.
Did you ever use Zenaida Gonzalez as a nanny?
No, sir.
Do you have any children?
No, sir.
Have you lived in the Orlando area consistently since 2002?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever lived in Jacksonville?
No, sir.
Have you ever lived in North Carolina?
It's just like, no. All the things that she stated are false. Interesting, huh? Interesting. Oof. The prosecution's doing a real good job, huh? Yeah, you know. Or have you been? No. Have you been? No. Interesting.
No, sir.
Did you see Casey Anthony in the month of June of 2008?
No, sir.
When was the last time you spoke with him?
About a week and a half ago.
Do you know a telephone number for him?
I can find a number for him. I don't know a number offhand. No, I do not.
So you met Zenaida through Jeffrey Hopkins?
I did.
And his son Zach Hopkins, I guess. Zenaida used to watch over Zach?
Yes.
And when did she start watching over your child?
It's been within the last year and a half, 2 years that she started watching Caylee.
How would you normally drop off, or how would you normally do the exchange with your child and Zenaida? Would you drop the child off? Would you meet you somewhere?
I would usually drop her off. For a few months, we would go over to Jeff's house. He lived over in Avalon Park.
And you would go to Jeff's house, why?
You would drop your child off for months? You would stay with this random person who says that you've never stayed with them for months? Fascinating.
To drop off Caylee. That's where Zenaida would go to watch both of the kids.
Okay.
It was in a nice centralized area. He had a decent sized house. It was good room for the two of them.
Okay.
You dropped off Caylee June 9th, and walk me through. You dropped her off to go to work?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Get off of work and go from there.
I got off of work, left Universal, driving back to pick up Caylee like a normal day. And I show up to the apartment, knock on the door, nobody answers. So I call Zenaida's cell phone, and it's out of service.
didn't really want to come home. I wasn't sure what I'd say about not knowing where Caylee was. Still hoping that I would get a call or, find out that Caylee was coming back so that I could go get her. And I ended up going to my boyfriend Anthony's house, who lives in Sutton Place.
Okay. Did you talk to Anthony about what happened with Caylee?
No, I did not.
Have you talked to anyone about Caylee, about your incident with Caylee? Or the fact that she's missing?
So, interesting. Nobody knows. Nobody knows that she's been missing for all this time. Everyone has asked, hey, can we see your daughter? Can I see my grandchild? No. I'm just busy with work. No. I can't believe this. Interesting. Interesting. Just nobody ever asked. Or she would forget. Weird.
A couple people, a couple mutual friends.
Who did you talk to about it?
I talked to Jeffrey Hopkins.
Interesting. Jeffrey Hopkins. Again, the guy who hasn't seen her in years, didn't work with her at the time that she says that she worked with him. Weird. He's like, I've never... Yeah, no. Yeah, she told him. She 100% told him, guys.
I talked to Juliette Lewis. She's one of my coworkers at Universal.
Okay.
She works... You still work at Universal?
Yes.
What do you do at Universal?
An event coordinator.
Okay. What is Juliette? What position is she? Where she works?
She's also an event coordinator. We work in the same department.
Interesting.
Juliette Lewis doesn't exist. Casey had briefly worked at Universal, but hadn't been employed there for over 2 years prior to this interview. And she wasn't an event coordinator. She stood behind a kiosk and sold photos of people after they had been on the Incredible Hulk ride.
Yeah.
Damn, girl, you lied that hard.
Interesting. Pathological liar. Fascinating. Who's Juliette Lewis? Who the fuck is she? She don't exist. Can't even explain what her job is. Can't tell the police facts about her actual life. But no, guys, she has been trying to solve the disappearance of her daughter and trying to find her wherever she went. Interesting.
A number for Juliette?
Offhand, I can't think of one.
She in your SIM card?
No, she's not. Some of the more recent numbers, her number just changed because she just moved back up.
Oh, also remember, she hasn't been working at Universal for 2 years prior to this case happening. So in 2006, she no longer worked at Universal.
She, within the last 2 months, has finished moving up to New York. She's subleasing her apartment.
So Juliette doesn't work at the Universal?
Subleasing. I'm sorry, I'm gonna be fucking mean. This dumb bitch.
No, she does not.
What's the reason, I asked you this before and I'll ask you just for the record, what's the reason you didn't call the police before?
I think part of me was naive enough to think that I could handle this myself.
It's important to note, because I saw Rena say it, she is not a lawyer. She's just a legal advocate. Let's be real. I don't think any place is going to be able to accept or would want to accept Casey Anthony as a student. If she somehow got a law degree, God fucking bless her. But I don't think anyone would feel comfortable having Casey... The fucking media firestorm of, like, the Stanford College of Law being like, yeah, Casey Anthony's on the fucking, she's in our graduating class for, like, 2020 or some shit like that would be insane. It would actually be certifiably insane.
Yeah, I'd be like, bitch, why don't you change your name?
I mean...
Are you still Casey Anthony? Everyone knows who you are.
Because narcissism is a drug. Fauci, are you going to give an analysis of her mental disorder is, or is she totally saying just evil? Listen, I am not licensed to do that, so I will not be giving an analysis, but what I will say is that as she's presenting fun traits, chat, that's all I'm going to say. The lying is a weird, interesting one. It's preserving a lie. I don't know, she's trying to preserve a life. She's kind of like put up a weird thing. I don't know.
Which, obviously, I couldn't. And I was scared that something would happen to her if I did notify the authorities or got the media involved. Just the fear of the unknown. Fear of the potential of Caylee getting hurt, of not seeing my daughter again.
I asked you this at the onset and asked you before we went on Dave, and I'll ask you again just to make sure we're clear. Is there anything about this story that you're telling me that is untrue? Or is there anything that you want to change or divert from what you've already told me?
No, sir.
Did you cause any injury to your child, Caylee?
No, sir.
Did you hurt Caylee or leave her somewhere and you're worried that if we find that out that people are going to look at you the wrong way?
No, sir.
Let's play hot or cold narcissist. Hot, but in the family of those in the family of those personality disorders.
You're telling me that Zenaida...
There's like an interesting... I saw somebody very interestingly say that they view narcissistic personality disorder as narcissism should just be a trait and not the personality disorder.
Oh yeah, I saw that too.
I find that actually to be very interesting. I find that to be actually very, very curious. I would be... The DSM is always very, very slow and not updated properly. I'd be very curious if that becomes more colloquial. Because definitely I've seen people like in their substance use and under the person that I've worked under. Not complaining, just asking why we're doing true criming. I'll explain. So I worked under a psychiatrist who did like law stuff as well as addiction stuff and other licensed individuals. And like people specifically like in addiction will sometimes display what a lot of people will think are narcissistic traits or borderline personality traits. It's literally just preserving the ego. It's just doing anything to like preserve the veneer of a self, because admitting that you are admitting to the disease process of addiction, or just baseline admitting that you have a problem, or the problem continues to manifest and interrupt your normal everyday life and is like fucking with the way that you're living, is a very hard thing to do. And it's a very, very difficult thing. Oh, hi, Sai. How you doing? I saw the title. What the fuck? Yeah, Casey Anthony is trying to become a TikTok influencer. We have her first couple videos. It's insane. And I found out that not a lot of people know who she is, which is also fucking insane to me.
Well, I mean,
not
just
30.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just the surprising thing is that people haven't heard about her.
Yeah.
Not the thing that she's trying to make a comeback in some form on the internet.
Yeah, it's an insane thing.
You know, the thing is, like, whenever I hear Casey Anthony's name, I just think of Childish Gambino's song Bonfire.
Oh my god, yes.
Made the beat, then murder it. Casey Anthony.
It's such an insane thing. Just knowing where this case will end up, knowing the failure of justice that was done, and like the failure of everybody involved, in my opinion. And it just like it hurts. It just sucks. It just really just sucks.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't saying you. But I did find out a lot of people in our audience like were very curious about her, and I was like, oh, this is crazy to me. But let's just get it back onto it. Oh, that'll answer Piminta's question. Yeah, the reason we're covering this is because she is now on TikTok explaining that she is going to be a legal advocate influencer. And yes, there are a lot of good videos on her. We're watching the JCS video because I feel like it's the most comprehensive of the case that like is digestible enough, because there's a lot on Casey Anthony that we will actually go over.
Without your permission, hasn't returned her.
The last person that I've seen with my daughter, yes.
Is she Puerto Rican? Is she Dominican? Is she white?
She's mixed. She's black and Puerto Rican.
Is there any underlying cause to why Zenaida would have taken your child?
Nothing that...
Did she ever make any statements to you about...
Only how much she loves Caylee and how great of a kid she is.
And when you talk to Jeffrey afterwards, I'm assuming that Jeffrey's child is still with him?
His child is still with him.
You said Zenaida had family up in New England, up in New York or something?
Yes, she has family down south. Her mother, her sister, her brother's in New York. She's originally from New York. Pretty much grew up there, moved down here, went to the University of Florida.
Zenaida, the nanny, doesn't exist. Casey never had a babysitter. Being the retrospective viewer, we have the benefit of knowing these are outright fabrications, and these meticulous details are a textbook sign of a pathological liar.
The nanny does not exist. Let that just settle in. For those who don't know, the nanny does not exist.
I don't get why she'd make her lie that like complex, because she has to like remember that.
And not only that, but like it's a whole person versus like details. I mean, that's the crux of the whole thing is that
she made
that her
up two
daughter's
whole
kidnapped
people.
by the babysitter. But
yeah.
it's a whole person. You have to invent a whole person.
It's interesting. I'm often reminded about the case that happened a couple years ago regarding the white lady, and it does matter that she's white. She was a lady with her 2 kids, and she claimed that this Hispanic couple was trying to kidnap her children in like a Lowe's. Called the police, did all this. Yes, Papini. I believe it was Papini. All of the no, was it Papini or was it a different one? Papini made up being kidnapped. There's so many fucking people. And so she calls the police, does all of this, and it comes to find out not only is she obviously lying, the couple she accused of attempting to kidnap her kids is a hyper-respected Hispanic couple in their community. They're pillars of their church. They're like the squeakiest clean motherfuckers that have ever existed. Like, they're like the kindest people that have ever existed. Wasn't it a Michael's? Yes, yeah, something like that. And it's just like, we are at this point where the pathological lying, and a lot of people like ask, why do people like pathologically lie? Why do people do this? Why do people do that? And it's like, one of the features of a pathological liar is believing it. You have to truly like believe in what I've read, you truly have to believe the lie that you're giving to tell it so convincingly. Why did they make it more complicated? Because a lot of people, when you lie, a lot of people think that making it overly complicated gives it more credibility, more validation. Because why would someone disbelieve the truth you're giving them that is so connected to all these other person's stories, so connected to these people, who these persons are? It is like, Falgi, no more pathological liars. I'm so tired. I'm sorry, buddy. But it's just part of it. But part of it is too, like, sometimes like they may get lost in the sauce and not be able to like produce that at time of trial. If I remember correctly, part of Casey Anthony's case also exists that she does perjure herself at one time, if I remember correctly. And that becomes like a whole big issue because of the failure of the case even existing, or the failure of the case in just the way it's presented. There's like a whole different things. I use her as an extreme example of pathological lying. Like, she had to know this shit would catch up to her. Honestly, Sai, exactly. This is a like textbook case, like from the lying about her job, using people that she like knows tangentially, and it's also a pathological lie that like exists outside of herself. I also think of another case. Hey, what's up, Black? How you doing?
Casey Anthony popping up on my FIP was not on my 2025 bingo card. Can the meteor hit us now?
Yeah, it's like, it's kind of crazy. Thank you, Ranger. Yeah, if my titty shows up, I'll let you know. Yeah, sure. But kind of getting back to it, another example that I think of is there was a young man who murdered his family during the holidays, if I remember correctly, because he had been lying about going to college for years. And the family found out because they're like, tuition statements are going nowhere. where's this Tesla job? Where's this MIT gig? Where's this NASA thing? Yeah, Chandler Halderson. Yeah, Chandler Halderson. Like, and he annihilates his family because they were coming to the point where they were finding out about him. Yes, Snapchat ratted him out, and I'll never forget, because I watched part of that trial, and his girlfriend is on the stand for, like, and you can tell how just distraught she is. Because she's like, this guy lied to me for so long, and she's trying to, like, do right because she actually cared about his family. Spoiler alert, he fucking burned his family in the fireplace, and they found their fucking bones there or some shit, if I remember correctly.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's a fucking, that might be, we like true crime, like a lot of us like true crime here.
We have some true crime girlies in the chat.
I am a true crime girly.
I was big into true crime growing up.
Yeah.
It just got hard to keep track of just because I didn't care for, like, YouTube true crime.
Yeah. So we're gonna be, like, doing some true crime stuff here and there, but trying to make them funny. For those who don't know, our first, like, actual going into true crime will be Malachi Love Robinson. If anybody knows who that is, that's a fun one, actually. Malachi Love Robinson is not a murderer, but it is, like, a very, very interesting case. Fauci, the real problem is with suburban white folk thinking that the cops will just believe them is a huge issue of communities. So people generally think they're above the law. Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Love, is that the child doctor? Yes, Pisey K, it is. It is. And that is the fun one. That's the fun one. This is the not so fun one. Let's get back to it.
She speaks eloquently and naturally, as if her dialogue is a reflex response to the questions she's being asked, when in reality, each of these minor details are calculated and deliberately placed for the purpose of deception, and the nonchalant, easygoing tone she employs is used to camouflage anxiety. Caylee has not only become accustomed to manipulation, she has become extremely skilled in how to use it effectively. It takes us to the concept of nurture and how it most likely had a significant impact on her current circumstances. If we go through what we know about Caylee's domestic history, there are numerous occasions where she had gotten away with things that most would not, simply due to the fact that she was able to continuously lie without conscience. A prime example could be when she was 18 years old and stopped attending class midway through her senior year. She literally skipped the entire second half of her final year to go hang out with her older boyfriend. Her parents became suspicious on several occasions.
Just listen to this, chat. Just listen. Just listen, chat.
Yet each and every time, Caylee had some whimsical excuse to which she was given the benefit of the doubt. Then just days before graduation, her parents were informed by the school of her truancy and that she would not be graduating. When confronted, Caylee's excuse was that her timetable was mixed up by the school, causing her to miss classes through no fault of her own. This is obviously a completely baffling excuse that no sane person would ever believe. Yet whether it be through denial or an overprotective nature, Caylee's parents not only took her at her word, but even shielded her from the consequences of her actions. They lied to all their family friends that she graduated with honors, and even threw her an extravagant graduation party the day after.
Their child did not go to school, lied to everybody, and her parents, complicit in the lie, told everybody she graduated with high honors, and they threw her a party.
Well,
if
her
that
parents
isn't,
probably didn't want to be embarrassed as
Yeah.
well.
Fear of shame is a
Go get her
powerful motivator.
GEDs.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Diamond, that's cool. That's cool. She makes me crazy too. Like, this is fucking insane. I'm not gonna be vet posting, obviously, but like, she makes everybody crazy. You're allowed to feel crazy about this bitch. You are allowed to feel crazy. Fuck her. Fuck her. And you know what? If her parents enabled her, fuck them too. I don't know what to tell you. I know they've lost touch after the case. Like, that's like a whole big thing. But it is insane that that happens. Fauci, did you see that people are suing their public schools because they're illiterate after graduating? No, that's insane. I knew the family, her parents protected her as if memory serves. They tried to have kids for a long time. This was their miracle baby. Jesus Christ, I hope that's, Yeah, no, if I did this, my mother would have, like, literally, okay. Let's have a conversation.
Yeah, my
about
parents would have killed me.
Children, about being a child. If I did this, my parents would have dragged me to whatever. So this is a true story. True story. As a kid, I went to a Catholic school, and I got in trouble for something. I think I pissed off one of the teachers. Now, when I got to a certain age, the teachers happened to be the parents of kids in my class. And so I got pulled into the principal's office. The principal was a nun at the time. And I get yelled at, right? I not only get yelled at by the principal, I then get yelled at by my mom. She drags me back into the school to then get yelled at by the teacher, who is the parent of another kid I know in my class. I was never getting away with shit. I have much older siblings. I didn't get away with nothing.
Yeah.
I come from that generation where, like, even if my teacher was an ass and terrible at their job, which I did tell a teacher one time they were terrible at their job. That's a funny story. Yeah, I made her cry in class. That's a whole... I felt she was an asshole. I'll tell you that right now. I was a fucking dickhead. But it's just one of those things where, like, I came from a parenting generation where, like, had you told a teacher you were wrong or something, my parents would yell at me. They'd be like, it's not the teacher's fault, it's your fault. Be a better student.
Yeah.
That's just my generation. Now, like, if I had kids, like, I don't plan on having kids. If I ever had kids...
Old people trauma dumping their childhood.
Yeah. But I think that, like, that's, like, a big thing where it's like, Q with the 5.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My dad was my principal in elementary school.
Yes, he has told me this story.
You don't know
Oh my
school
God.
I don't remember
until
this.
that.
That's
Yeah, he's told
I
horrifying.
me.
did not know that.
My mom was also my Spanish teacher in grade school.
What?
So my mom was my Spanish teacher in grade school. And one day in the 7th grade, my entire class was pissing them off. I was pissing my mom off. She literally put the eraser down and said, I could smack every one of you in this class and get 2 phone calls from parents. My class was 27 people. It was an insane statement.
No, the
But
thing is,
she
when I
wasn't
was-
wrong. She wasn't fucking wrong. That's the saddest thing. She was absolutely correct.
The thing for me is, like, a bunch of teachers knew my parents personally because my parents were their nurses.
Yeah, that happens too.
Yeah.
My school lost me when I was in middle school at least 6 times. Nightmare, what the fuck did you do? She's out of line, but she's right. Listen, my mom was right that she could do it. I'm not saying she's right for doing it. That's a completely different thing. She fucking threw a ruler. She fucking threw an eraser at my head once because I was being an
I thought you
asshole
were
in
Eraserhead
class.
like the movie.
No, she fucking threw like a chalk eraser at my head. Nobody said nothing. All right, let's get back to this.
This is just one of the many occurrences where Caylee faced no ramifications for misconduct. It seemed to give her the belief that no matter what she did, as long as she could spin one lie after another, or at least drag a lie out for as long as possible, everything would work itself out. The truth is that everything did work itself out when she was dealing with her parents, and she evidently thought the same rules applied with regard to national law and a missing child's investigation. After the initial statement you just heard, Caylee was asked if she could take police to all places of interest. She happily obliged, and then proceeded to lead them to a multitude of fake addresses which she had nothing to do with. She then took them to her supposed office at Universal Studios, and literally led 3 senior investigators to the very end of the building, taking over 25 minutes to walk to, before she finally turned around, put her hands in her back pockets, laughed, and admitted that she didn't work there. Completely dumbfounded, the detectives placed her under arrest and took her to a conference room in the building for what was essentially an interrogation.
Since I left you this morning, I've gone to every address that you've told me. I came over here, I've already talked to all the employees. I found out all these names that you're giving me are people that either never worked here or have been fired here for a long time ago.
Jesus Christ.
So where we are right now is in a position that doesn't look very good for you. Because obviously I know, and you know, that everything you told me is a lie, correct?
Not everything that I told you.
Pretty much everything that you've told me.
Not
including
everything.
where Caylee
Hey,
is
not everything that I've told you. My daughter is still missing and dead, by the way. That's not a lie. That's not a lie. My daughter is still missing. But she lied about everything. Lied about knowing Jeff. The 2 women that she said existed do not exist. A whole like everything. She lied about everything, and it was so fucking obvious. But again, you will find out why she got off, and it will piss you off.
I don't know where she is.
Sure you do. And
I absolutely do not know where she is.
Let me explain something. Looking at you, I know that everything that you told me is a lie. I'm very confident, just by having talked to you this short period of time, that you know where she is.
I legitimately have not seen my daughter in 5 weeks. I didn't let anything happen to her, except I trusted her with somebody that had been taking care of her, that had been taking good care of her. Someone that she was comfortable with, that I was comfortable with.
What about Jeff? You said Jeff worked here until about 2 months ago?
No, he hasn't worked here for quite a while.
10 months? How long?
It's been at least 10 months.
Okay. He got fired in 2002. He hasn't been an employee here since 2002.
We put a lot more together than I think you realize we put together. My question to you is, we're in this office because our purpose in coming here was to do what?
I'm trying to think of places where I know she's been.
You're not answering my question. Do you want us to help?
Yes,
help find your daughter?
I do want you to
Well,
help.
a good starting point would be to answer the questions, okay? If I say to you, we're here because, and then you just ignore that like I never asked it and go off in some other direction, is that answering the question?
No.
Okay. Well, let's go through this again. We're here because.
Because I lied, because I brought you up here, and honestly I was reaching for
No, stop right there. I want you to tell me how lying.
She admits that she lies. Oh, this is when she led them around. Yeah. She never worked where she said she worked. She never went to those addresses that she never worked. That's why it's important to re-educate people why Casey Anthony is a fucking pathological liar. And it's insane that she is allowed to be on a fucking TikTok saying that she's a fucking legal advocate. It's insane. And it pisses me off to a degree that I can't fucking say on YouTube.
Lying to us is going to help us find your daughter.
It's not going to.
Well, then if the main thing you want to do is find your daughter, and you don't think lying to us is going to help us find her, why would you do that?
Because I'm scared, and I know I'm running out of options. It's been a month.
What are you scared of?
I'm scared of not seeing my daughter ever again.
I'm a parent too. I would have been beside myself.
I have been.
I would have called the police immediately, and that's the part that I just don't understand.
I
We've
didn't know
got so
what
many
to do.
resources out there that we could help on day one.
You didn't know what to do.
I didn't know what to do. At that point, I'm thinking, okay, they haven't been gone that long. Maybe I can find them. Maybe I can track them down.
We're not stupid, okay? And what you're doing right now is you're treating us like we're stupid. Everything that's coming out of your mouth is a lie. Everything. You know, you gave Caylee to someone and you don't want anyone to find out because you think you're a bad mom, or something happened to Caylee and Kaylee's buried somewhere or in a trash can somewhere, and you had something to do with it. Either way, right now, it's not a very pretty picture to be painting. You're painting yourself as a very bad person. It needs to end.
The truthful thing is that I have not seen my daughter. The last time that I saw her was on the 9th of June.
Remember we had those two people that we were talking about, the person who had an accident and a person who's just a cold-blooded, callous monster? That's telling me that you are the second person, this cold-blooded, callous monster who doesn't care and doesn't want to help because she's afraid that something so heinous happened that everyone's going to look at her and say, she's a monster, she deserves to go away, she deserves to never see the light of day, this bad thing should happen to her. I don't want to believe that right now, but you're giving me no choice. Tell us what happened to Caylee. Tell us what happened to Caylee.
I dropped off Caylee. And that's the last time that I've seen her. I dropped her.
Where did you drop?
Remember, this person doesn't exist. This nanny Zen does not exist. Now, this is hindsight, but never forget, they do not exist.
I dropped her off at that apartment.
No, you didn't.
That's exactly where I dropped her off.
Did you just think that one day she's just going to show up at your house?
No, I sat around yesterday trying to figure out what to do. I'm glad that I ended up seeing my mom, that all of that stuff happened. Happened for a reason. Because
You're glad you saw your mom. You could have saw your mom 5 weeks ago and said, Mom, I don't know
I
what.
saw my mom's reaction right off the bat, and it would have been the same from the get-go.
So wait a minute, you're more afraid of your mom's reaction than you are if you ever see your daughter again?
No, I'm absolutely petrified. Absolutely petrified. I know my mom will never forgive me. I'm never going to forgive myself.
Is it that there's some other thing more important in your life right now that you just weren't really focused on what you were saying when you told us, so you kind of just accidentally told us you had an office here and we needed to be here, or did you purposely mislead us? Which of those two is it?
I purposely misled
Okay, so you purposely misled us. This was all in an attempt to help find your daughter, right? That makes sense to you, Brett?
in a backwards sort of way, yes.
Backwards sort
I'm
of way?
coming back to places that are familiar to me, that I know are familiar to her.
No, you're not, you stupid fucking bitch lying goddamn Greg?
Hi.
Greg, I need you to be my anger translator.
Or
my nice translator, because I'm gonna say shit that's bad.
well, justice is not served in this case. Everything surrounding this case is a failing on Caylee, really, but just on the legal system entirely of having mountainfuls of evidence against criminal parties, and still justice is not served.
You know, this motherfucker's gonna make a book that said "If I Did It," and it's gonna be called "If I Stuffed My Kid in the Fucking Trunk with Their Fucking Limbs Duct Taped." Like that's how desperate she's gonna be. Cause you know what that's gonna happen. That she's gonna use her TikTok. A bunch of people are gonna fucking talk about it constantly and forever. Because apparently her Abibophile fucking people, which are those who are the ones that not Abibophile, what the fuck is it? It's the people that like criminals. Oh my god, I can't remember what the fuck they're called.
Criminal files. I don't know.
No, it's the paraphilia for criminals. Fuck me. What is it called? Paraphilia for criminals is called
Aristophilia.
Aristophilia. Thank you. I was like, that's not Abibophile, something else.
Hybristophilia or something like that.
Hybristophilia or something like that. Yeah. So that's what's insane, is that like this is Gerald, we'll get there.
Did you see the Peacock documentary on the case?
I've heard about it. I never got the chance to see it. I will say that like I'm
suspicious of it.
I've heard the newest allegations, and now it is there is like weird rehabilitation and accusations of her character that I'm now like annoyed by. There's like a whole hybristophilia. Thank you, Killjoy. There's like a whole bunch of shit, and it fucking annoys me to no end. To no end.
Yeah.
Familiar situations that.
And it is true that allegedly under the TikToks that she's had, there are people defending her now, and people who are like they are like attracted to her. Like that's like the thing. That's where we are in this universe. Chat, this is a nice time to say there's 100 of you and only 29 likes. Please, if you want to see more boob window that I have, or just want to just help me out as I scream further.
Or if you like,
if
you're a true crime girly and you want to see us cover more true crime.
Oh yeah, that too.
It gives us our number so we know what we're doing. If people don't want to watch it, we'll do it on our own time. But if people want to watch us cover some of this, we can. But judging off of likes is the best way to determine that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would help. She's almost 3.
She's almost 3. What do you think she's going to take a cab here? I mean, how do you think she's going to get here?
Because she's with someone else.
She's with someone else who's hid her from you for 5 weeks.
Yes.
Why would a person who has hid your daughter from you for 5 weeks, okay, bring her to the building that you used to work at?
I don't know what else to do anymore. If I knew where she was, if something would have happened, I would have admitted that a long time ago.
Do you believe thinking up more lies to tell us will help us?
She's with someone that I absolutely do not trust, and that I'm absolutely scared.
That you don't trust yet was babysitting your daughter for a year.
I don't trust her now because of what happened.
Who did you call first? Who did you go to for help first to help try to
find
her?
No one.
Oh, no one. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I'm glad we got that straightened out.
Casey was then taken to the county jail, where she in the evening hours was able to make a phone call, and just happened to see her mother on the local news moments before speaking to her.
Casey? Mom. Hey, sweetie. Oh, I just saw your nice little cameo on TV. Which one? What do you mean, which one? Which one? I did 4 different ones, and I don't know. I haven't seen them all. I've only seen 1 or 2 so far. You don't know what my involvement is and stuff? Casey. Mom. What? No. I don't know what your involvement is, sweetheart. You're not telling me where she's at. Because I don't know where she's at. Are you kidding me? Casey, don't waste your call. No. Scream and holler at me. Waste my call sitting.
Does this sound like someone who is remorseful? Does this sound like someone who's hurt about the fact that like their child is missing? Has done everything and anything by herself to find her child?
It's this isn't a good comparison, but if you've ever watched like a Jerry Springer or like a Maury, she's speaking to her mom in the same cadence that these like disgruntled teenagers speak to their parents when they hate them type of thing. Like this, it's like tone policing, whatever. But like she's, God, I never wanted to. I haven't looked at that Peacock documentary because we lived through this. Like I know all the information. There's nothing new that they could possibly provide to me 10 years on, you know?
Yeah.
But it sucks. So this sucks. This sucks. I hate it.
This is like the part of true crime that sucks when it's not like fun crime per se, like a fake doctor, like a child faking being a doctor. This is like insane. This is insane. But it's important to raise awareness about who she is. I see a lot of people in chat being like angry and sad that we're covering this. You should be. But it's important to bring awareness to this because she's trying to make it as like, this is not like fucking moral flagging, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Like this is really like, I can't believe this person is trying to make it as an influencer now. It's insane. Insane.
In the jail? Whose fault is you're sitting in the jail? You're blaming me that you're sitting in the jail? Blame yourself for telling lies. You mean it's not your fault? What do you mean it's not your fault, sweetheart? If you'd have told them the truth and not lied about everything, they wouldn't... Do me a favor, just tell me what Tony's number is. I don't want to talk to you right now. I don't have his number. We'll get it from Lee because I know Lee's at the house. Get Tony's number for me.
Hey?
Hey, can you give me Tony's number?
I can do that. I don't know what real good it's going to do at this point.
Well, I'd like to talk to him anyway.
Okay.
Because I called to talk to my mother, and it's waste. Oh, by the way, I don't want any of you coming up here when I have my first hearing for bond and everything else. Like, don't even waste your time coming up here.
Huh, interesting. Where's my child? Have they found her? Please, guys, please. None of that. None of that. Wasn't she trying to be a bounty hunter at one point? So you'll find later, I don't know if it's in this video, but she worked as a private researcher for a private investigator that helped with her case. Because it was the only person who would like house her and like literally be around her.
You're making it real tough for anybody to want to try to... I'm not going around and around with you. That's pretty pointless. Christina would love to talk to you because she thinks that you will tell her what's going on. Frankly, we're going to find out. Everything she's telling them is a lie.
If I knew where Caylee was, do you think any of this would be happening? No.
Anyway, you only got a couple minutes for this, so I'm not going to let you further waste it. Here's Christina. She thinks she can get through.
No, I want Tony's number. I'm not talking to anybody else. Hello? Hi, I'm glad everybody's at my house. Do me a favor, get my brother back because I need Tony's number. Does Tony have anything to do with Caylee? No, nothing. Okay, so why do you want to talk to Tony? He's my boyfriend, and I want to actually try to sit and talk to him because I didn't get a chance to talk to him earlier because I got arrested on whim today.
Really remorseful, guys. Really just, Casey Anthony, fucking picturesque, doing everything right, guys. Doing everything fucking right.
I just want to talk to Tony and get...
In what relation to Casey is Lee? I think like a friend or something like that.
No, Lee was the brother? Is that what it was?
Potentially, like, this is where, like, everybody is trying to help her in her personal life, and she is just like, fuck you guys, give me Tony's number now. If I don't talk to Tony now, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind! That's what she fucking sounds like.
A little bit of... Casey, you have to tell me if you know anything about Caylee. Sweetheart, if anything happens to Caylee, Casey, I'll die. You understand? I'll die. If anything happens to that baby. Oh my god, calling you guys? Waste. Huge waste.
You see how everybody is crying about her baby, except her? You see how everybody is literally sobbing about her child? And she says, it's a complete waste of time to speak with you, my family. Now, I talked about this before. If chat, you remember our last stream, we talked about external locus of control with Jar. It's everybody else's fault that I'm in this situation, not my own. Everybody else did this to me. The world is against me. It's not my fault.
Casey appeared in the court the next morning and was initially denied bail by the judge. He cited his reason as her undeniable disregard for the welfare of her own child. She was kept in protective custody, and it would be 9 days until she received her first visit from her parents.
Hi. Sweetie, we've been watching you for so long. You haven't? I love you. I love you too. Hi. We've been seeing you sitting down. We forgive anything that you've said. Or done.
Hold on. Can we turn the volume down? Yeah, you can probably hear it. My head's gonna explode. What's that?
Interesting. So, Blase, reacting normal. Interesting. I don't know, chat. I don't know. Chat. I don't know.
Just a break from your life. Just taking a vacation.
Just a universal trip, one would say, right? Just a vacation in a penitentiary.
T-shirt. I didn't get a chance to ask him, other things.
Caylee's picture's on the back.
Is it? Can Dad show me the shirt?
Yeah, turn around so you can see. It's the Never Lose Hope Foundation. Do you see it?
I can see part of it, yeah.
Have you seen me? And then it has the information on how to contact.
Okay.
Casey, you don't realize that the whole United States is looking for our Caylee.
I know that, Mom.
Her cover's going to be on People magazine in a few days.
Okay.
With a readership of over 46 million...
Imagine. On the fucking magazine, your child, your missing child, nobody can find your child. This isn't like your child's on a milk carton. This was national headline news. For those who are maybe too young to remember, magazines like People magazine were like in every fucking home. Like, newsstands, like all of these things, like
grocery stores,
like
Targets.
Yeah, like I don't know if they still have them at grocery stores, but you would go to the end of a grocery counter, like where you would pay, and they would ring you up, and they would literally have like smaller versions and big versions of magazine covers. So, like, you'd have People and then, like, a conglomerate that was, like, the tabloid version of People. It's like there's no ounce of remorse. There's no ounce of care. Her child being on a fucking magazine is so matter-of-fact to her.
It's, like, so we're like, her image of, like, Caylee, like, on her, like leaning on her hand was everywhere. Everyone was, like, deeply familiar with, like, what this girl looked like. It was her and like another girl that disappeared who had like a very strange like different type of like eye sort of like thing. I can't remember her name.
Not heterochromia. It was something.
And even
she had like
No, I was gonna say, like, even following this day to day, week to week, like I like the public was aware of like, because all this information's coming out about Casey, but like we knew it, like, not the details of what eventually happens, but that Casey was at fault, like 100% for this. And so just at the whole entire time of all this coming out, we were all like, it felt like the whole nation was on the same side of it.
Yeah, like the whole, like, it's very much like, and it wasn't so, and I'm sure JCS will get into it. This was very much different to OJ's case, right?
Yes.
OJ was beloved for a lot of reasons, had a maligned life for a bunch of other reasons, obviously, but it wasn't as captivating, in my opinion, from what I remember. Throughout the trial, there was nothing as captivating as, if the glove don't fit, you must acquit. There was nothing ever as captivating about that in this trial. What was captivating was the search efforts, was the how fucking publicized it was, like all of the bullshit surrounding it. And then finally, what happens at the end, which, I mean, a lot of people have discussed it, she's not found guilty because of constant incompetence in police work, in my opinion, and in other things. We'll get to it. And just like the jury stuff, like listen, you gotta remember that this has to be guilty beyond reasonable doubt. You get one person to flip. It's over.
Oh, I remember the name of the girl. It's Madeline McCann. She
Mm.
disappeared a year before Caylee, and this was the one I mentioned before about like a child went missing while the parents were on a trip.
Yeah.
This was this girl.
Million
She
adults
was
in America.
3 years old as well.
Having your missing child on the front cover of People magazine would seem as a godsend to most.
Yeah.
Yet Casey's response is almost as if it's a lost cause.
Everybody is looking for her. Good. Everybody is looking for her. Are we going to be able to find her, do you think?
I hope we can, Mom. No, I didn't get a chance to ask Lee.
Can you look up a little bit more?
Ahsoka, I know you're right about the pretty privilege stuff and everything, that there could be some validity to that. But from what I remember of the case, there were some Miranda issues that also made it very, like, there were other issues within the case that then became apparent throughout. Like, the investigators did as much as they did, but there was, like, other shit to it. It wasn't just, like, the quote-unquote pretty privilege stuff that I know a lot of people have thrown out. There's like, a lot of other things to it, too.
Raise your eyes up a little bit. There you go. So now, look straight up so I can look into your eyes, darling. Thank you. I need to do that. It's okay to cry, Casey. It's all right, love. We've all been crying.
Setting aside morality and ethics for just a moment, Casey at this point would be emotionally exhausted. She had been sitting in an isolated jail cell for almost 2 weeks as the entire world was turning against her. Anyone in her position, guilty or otherwise, would be at near breaking point, and her composed exterior now finally slips. She, for a brief moment, allows herself to be vulnerable, and for perhaps the first time, expresses the pain of her situation. This is one of the few moments where Casey's true self is on display. Of itself, it's a touching moment between a mother and daughter, yet if we add in the context of the surrounding elements, she is only expressing this pain for herself. Just a moment ago, when she saw her deceased daughter's face on her father's shirt, none of this emotion came out.
Casey, I want to ask you just a couple questions.
Good.
The rest of the visit is extremely bizarre. Casey's parents try to extract any information they can about Caylee's possible whereabouts, and each time are essentially dismissed by Casey as if they're asking pointless and irritating questions.
Do we have any pictures of Sandy's apartment?
Lee and I already talked about this. I don't know. It could be.
Remember, Zanny doesn't exist. Continually remember that.
On the desk at home. I don't know.
What is your... I can't get into your...
I gave Lee everything already. I gave Lee all of the passwords, everything we could possibly
I want to get
all over again.
I want to get some video clips off Caylee because the video clip with Grandpa is really helping people. Still pictures don't show
No, they don't show her personality.
Right, and we need to show her personality, so I need to make sure we get that password.
Yeah, I gave Lee the password.
Please look up, sweetheart. I need to see your eyes.
I want to be able to look at you guys, too. I can't look at you and look at the camera.
Well, you don't have to look at the camera. Look at me.
I'm looking at you.
Okay.
You're sitting very low.
I know.
The exchange switches back and forth from inquisitive and challenging to sympathetic and loving. And every time her parents stop inquiring over the case and show that they still care about Casey herself is when the tears come out.
Do you want to speak to your father now?
Sure.
Okay.
Hey, gorgeous. How you doing?
Sai, you point out something really interesting. You can, like, just feel... You can kind of feel like her parents are, like, just suspicious. There's something wrong with the case. Like, there's just something wrong. They feel very off. They don't know why she's lied so much. They don't know, like, what's going on. And Killjoy, I'm not going to respond to that because you'll find out later. It's like, there's just so much... like, why are they trying to elicit any type of emotion out of her? It's almost like they're trying to force emotion out of her.
I don't know. Like humanizing her or something?
Yeah.
For their own benefit? I don't know.
I know. It feels very, very weird. Yeah, no one wants to believe that their child it could do something so heinous.
Yeah.
None of them. If you've ever watched, like, any, like, interrogation investigation where, like, families are involved because it's, like, a minor... Or, like, the family, like, comes out that their family member did something to another loved one. Like, they break. They really just, like, it's heartbreaking. Like, no one wants to believe that their child can commit a crime like that. It's also, like, I always think about that, too. Because this part always comes up when a lot of people are, like when a YouTuber thing or, like a influencer thing happens when they're like, oh, well, why aren't you completely abandoning your friend immediately? And it's like, because they don't know. they truly just don't want to. There's like a bias in there. Like Killjoy says, like it's the normalcy bias where your brain's trying to like combat with the challenge of facts that make you feel more and more suspicious while fighting against the dissonance that is the fact that you know this person and you truly don't believe that this person could have done these things.
I remember at the time thinking like the parents were stupid, or worse,
Yeah.
what if they were involved in it or something, or trying to cover it up for her or what? Like you can't really make heads or tails of their reasoning behind still sticking behind their daughter, but it's just a thing that happens. You know, more cases come out, you follow more stuff like this, and people will stick with friends and family, even if they get convicted of heinous shit, and it's one of the bizarre things that I don't know. I hope it never happens to me where I have to deal with something like that. I couldn't imagine.
I couldn't imagine either. I mean, I don't plan on having kids. I just couldn't like imagine. I couldn't. Ay.
I look like hell.
Well, you know something? You really need to keep your spirit high for all this.
I haven't been crying while I've been in here.
Well, you know
trying
something?
to read books and do other things to keep my mind off of stuff.
Well, you know, I want to be able to reach out and hug you and give you the big Papa Joe hug. But you know, we got to get that little girl back any way we can, and we're doing everything we can.
My only concern. I gave Lee a statement. I want him to speak to whoever in the media, give them a statement specifically from me. He's going to give them an exact quote.
Every time Casey's parents mention that people are willing to help with a search, Casey dismisses their credibility and even attacks some of their characters while she's at it.
Tara?
Tara from Michigan.
You mean Mark's psycho ex-wife, Tara?
Yes.
Listen, people like Tara, people like Jesse who are maybe trying to help, even Christina, God bless her.
Hey, K-Huck, thanks for the raid. Going over the Casey Anthony case. Just because she's trying to be an influencer. Hello, Raiders. Thank you guys for stopping by. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you guys had a really good stream.
This is a tough one. Please, if you got to tap out, we understand. This one's a tough one.
This will most likely be an edited VOD later. But yeah. Maybe, I don't know yet.
Don't know what the hell they're talking about?
I want you to know I want to take your pain away from you. So, you can tell me anything.
I know that, Dad.
I miss you.
Yeah, imagine shit-talking people who are trying to look for your kid, regardless of how you personally feel about them. Imagine saying, well, this bitch is a whore, this girl, psycho, blah, 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 blah.
That's the moment where you set aside your differences and you find the kid.
Yeah. They have come together. Hey, Corey, how you doing? They're coming together to find who did this. And then now, and spoiler alert, she will throw her father under the bus later. And continues to, to this day, allegedly. It is, she'll throw him under the bus. You'll see it. You'll see it.
It does not get better.
No, this just only gets worse. I'm going on a soul-crushing speed run. I'm listening to this in one mutter, and I have my Twitter opened. Yeah, find something. Listen, if I could do the fruit thing, I would do the fruit thing. My computer might explode.
That would be very inappropriate.
That's a good point, actually.
Yes.
Yeah, you know what?
It's not incredibly inappropriate, and my computer would explode.
It would be almost as inappropriate as being shirtless while streaming this.
Yeah,
but,
shirtless.
Like trying to be a sexy man.
I am a sexy man.
You're not wearing a shirt. You're not wearing a shirt.
I am a sexy man.
Wait,
thank you.
You think you're sexy? AGP?
It's not AGP if I, a man, find myself sexy.
You, a man, find yourself sexy?
I listen. I just am. Chat, if you find me sexy, you know what you do. We're two.
Not over this. Not over this one.
We're two donations away. You could feed the dog behind me. For 2 more $5 donations, you will get a palate cleanser of a dog being fed. That's all I'm gonna say, chat. You know what to do. Fauci doesn't find himself sexy. Fauci is sexy. Fact. Thank you, Midge. Thank you so much.
Don't make his ego bigger, guys.
Can't wait for Chris the Narc's takes
Midge,
on this stream.
I'm banning you.
Sweetie.
Autopenophilia, no. That's so bad.
Cover
them up, slut.
Cover them up.
Thank you.
Cover them up.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Oh, Cloudy permission to ogle unabashedly. She always will. Cloudy will always give you guys permission to objectify me at any time. That's literally...
Auto-Italiophilia.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For the doggo.
Chat. Thank you so much. It is time. Oh my God, Star! Thank you guys so much. We hit a Diorio. That means we hit 11 things. So that means, chat.
We need the biscuit emote in here.
We do. I know. Chat. You know what time it is? It's time to feed the puppers. It's time to give her treats. It's time to feed that dog now. On the Uplock stream tonight. All right, Leia. Sit, girl. Sit. Now, chat. It is time to feed that dog. You go, girl. Go. Eat. Good girl, Leia. Good girl. You're a good girl. Remember, chat loves you very much. Remember, they love
stop body blocking her.
No, I'm not. I'm not body blocking her.
Well, when you're streaming, you need to make sure you show her more on the stream.
Look at this girl. Look at the girl. She is, yep. Yes, she is a Shiba. Yeah. I have a... Oh, for those who don't know, this is Leia. She's my Shiba Inu. As my lovely partner would say, she is built like a box. She's not... So there are different types of Shibas. She is not the, like, very, like, big poofy Shiba. From what I remember, her type is more descendant from, like, Japanese, like, fox and wolf crossbreeding.
I mean, it'd be nice if the chat could see her while you're explaining this. They can get a better idea.
Who's a good girl? Tastes like a treat. I have eaten one of those treats before, chat. I did it live for $100. It was terrible.
And he'll do it again for another 100.
And I will do it again for another 100. My Shiba has... my friend is a Shiba like her, but just a darker brown. Yeah, I love her. So allegedly, like a long like time ago, like there's a skinnier version of a Shiba which she is, like they're like lanky and tall, and they were like crossbred with like other canines. I can't remember if it's the wolves or like I don't know if it's the wolves or the Japanese foxes, but yeah, that's part of it. Who said it's okay he doesn't wear a shirt? A lot of people said that. All right, let's get back. Yeah, Mama Shiba. Yep. Let's get back to it.
I know that. I miss you too.
I wish I could have been a better dad and better grandpa, you know?
You've been a great dad and you've been the best grandfather. Don't for a second think otherwise.
Well, you know,
you and Mom have been the best grandparents. Caylee's been so lucky. Caylee is so lucky to have both of you. I can't even put into words how glad I am that she's had both of you. And that she still has both of you.
You know, it goes without saying, you know, that our house is empty without both of you there. It's empty. All the little things we took for granted, we miss them so much.
That's exactly how I feel.
All your little things and all her little things, it just it hurts. We're not there.
Yeah, interesting how she said that she had been a great grandpa. Not is a great grandpa. Had been a great grandpa. Very, very interesting.
Mom and I are just going through the motions, you know?
I ate coleslaw today. Tell them I ate coleslaw.
Well, you're probably eating a lot of things you never used to eat before because when you're hungry, you'll eat.
I hated bologna. I've been eating bologna and cheese on occasion. Grits. I don't do grits at all. It's terrible.
Well, you know what? You're going to eat what's in front of you.
We get another glimpse at Casey's skill in fabricating information and her ability to intertwine specific details to afford her lies some credibility. These minor intricacies are what would make her extremely convincing if we didn't happen to know otherwise.
They never searched by her full name. They searched by Zenaida Fernandez, whereas Zenaida Gonzalez never by her full name.
Oh, the cops didn't do a good job finding this fake person. God damn. Sad. Truly, truly sad.
Zenaida. I don't think she has a middle name. There was never a middle name. on anything that I remember seeing. And I know she went by both last names. She always has. Since she was younger, since her mom remarried.
So Flores Gonzalez, and you don't know what her stepdad.
Fernandez Gonzalez.
But you don't know what Fernandez Gonzalez.
I think her dad's first name is Victor. Her stepdad, or that could be her real dad. But I remember her saying
Interesting.
Victor and Gloria were her parents.
Victor and Gloria are her parents, but they're separated or divorced.
They are as of now. Yeah, that was her stepdad. Divorced. But I know she has a lot of money. That's where she got the car from.
I only get 1 or 2 phone calls a day that, you know, that are not nice phone calls, but I get many, many, many phone calls and many people reaching out that just believe in you.
Victor and Gloria have now entered the story, I guess. Interesting.
There's also this was 15 years ago, right? Whatever, but like 15 plus years ago, Facebook was still around then. You could still reconnect with people via Facebook, like and MySpace. You could like these I'm just like it just gets worse. And so
it just
it's just seeing her lie, just bold-faced lie, and just like the crocodile tears is just like very infuriating.
Yeah, pretty much.
They believe in us finding Caylee. Okay? So keep your head up high. But if you think of anything that could help, don't be afraid.
Oh, I won't hesitate to let you guys know.
You have to keep thinking positive feelings, Casey.
Oh, I know, I have been. I've been staying as positive as I can.
But do you think after this long she'd still be local?
There's a possibility.
What's your gut telling you right now?
My gut's telling me that she's okay.
Okay, and your gut tells you that she's close, or she's hiding.
She's not far. I know in my heart she's not far. I can feel it.
This was perhaps the first time Casey told the truth when speaking of her daughter's whereabouts, as she indeed wasn't that far away. Her attorney, Jose Baez, eventually managed to get her bail, and Casey was fitted with an electronic monitoring device and released on August 21st. She had spent just over 1 month in custody. 2 months later, police were granted permission to arrest Casey on the charge of first-degree murder. She was taken in for interrogation, but immediately requested her right to counsel. She was kept in the interview room while awaiting her attorney, and the released footage of that period is so bizarre to the point where it's almost comical. The detectives give off a passive, yet glaringly obvious vibe that lets Casey know exactly what they think, being that she is guilty of her daughter's probable death and a fundamentally terrible human being on every imaginable level. Casey's response to this is to essentially ignore it and act as if the discourse between them and the situation itself is an everyday occurrence, one that perhaps doesn't concern the disappearance of her daughter, for which she is being charged for. You'll notice that she effortlessly maintains the same confident and talkative disposition that she had in her previous interviews with police. It's almost surreal to watch given the circumstance, and the visual element adds an entire new level to the absurdity. The first segment of footage shows the arresting officer waiting with Casey for the lead investigator to arrive. He initiates the conversation by bringing up the subject of Casey's parents. He asserts that he's worried about them, but the actual message he's putting across is that he essentially knows Casey is guilty and that she isn't fooling anyone. It's an indirect yet obvious accusation.
I was afraid that some of what I said to them probably offended them because I told them that if I find out something that you don't want to hear, I'm going to tell you more.
Well, honestly, they'll respect that. That's just, you know, the type of people that they are in the same way.
Interesting.
I know they are. It was never my intention to piss anybody in your family off. You know, I'm not in it to get a conviction. I get nothing out of it. I get zero.
Exactly. You have a job you're trying to do.
I've found a few, and I've not found a few, and it sucks both ways.
Yeah, I agree.
So, it is what it is. But where I get sideways with people tends to be when attorneys get involved.
I've heard most people say that. They don't like attorneys very much.
I have many family members that are attorneys. I have no problems with attorneys. What I have problems with are, at some point, we have to set aside the rules, and we have to find kids. And you know what? So be it. That's why I told you in the car. You know, if you tell me anything now, I'll get up and say, yep, I heard it, and she'd already invoked it. We can't use any of it. That's just the way it is. That's all that matters to me.
Yeah.
The detective here has essentially just asked Casey for the information he knows she has about her missing child. Rather than retaliate and refute the blatant accusation, Casey continues with her sharp responses of accordance, as if to say she agrees, and knows exactly where the detective is coming from. Yet although she apparently agrees, she offers no information or follow-up dialogue thereafter.
I do want to make it very important to note, as it is like something that I want to say, it doesn't make you guilty if you ask for your lawyer when speaking to police. I'm sure Casey thinks it makes her look very innocent to not have her lawyer present when this conversation is going on. Because she has representation at this point. Which means she could easily be like, know what? I want my lawyer present when this happens. Just want to make that very, very, very real. It's dumb to not actually ask for a lawyer, and cops lie. Yes, that is and they are allowed to. Legally, they are allowed to elicit a confession. They are legally allowed to lie in certain cases. That is like a huge, that's a huge thing that a lot of civil rights attorneys have fought against for years. Is that the fact that police are allowed to lie. You should always be speaking to police with a lawyer present. Don't
That's
apologize.
My parents always told me, never let a cop search your car without a warrant. Never talk to a cop without a lawyer.
Yep. They're allowed to lie. What the hell is up in America? Many things. I also believe I also think they're allowed to fudge the truth in. I think they're also allowed to fudge the truth in Canada, if I remember correctly. So that's a fun. They cannot entrap, but they can lie. Yes, and I believe in Canada they can also kind of do that, which is a fun fact for you.
So incredibly awkward, yet equally intriguing to watch.
And when we did another case that I was involved in, they launched a confession. And
Chat, I'm gonna let this play. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna make myself a cup of coffee, and I will let my best friends in the world do what they do. You know what? Yeah, I'll just let it play.
I sat there and I looked right at the guys that we worked with. I said,
that's not what's important.
Who cares?
Yeah.
We found her. And he's going to get what it's time to end. That's not my job. And it works out in the end. And it works out in the end on all sides, to be honest with you. It may not be comfortable for everybody. Yeah. And I've done things that if I get caught for, I'm not going to be comfortable, I can tell you that. It's just the way life is. But it's not the end of the road either. And that's what we have to keep in mind. It's not the end of the road.
She's acting like she's like.
Caylee then casually brings up the topic of the grand jury and the media surrounding her murder trial. She raises the questions as if she's talking about her favorite daytime TV show.
Yeah, but if the subpoena itself is just a regular federal grand jury subpoena, that's public record. Yeah. It doesn't say what it's for. It doesn't say what case it's in. It doesn't. It just says you're subpoenaed to appear before the grand jury.
Well, with them announcing that there was going to be a grand jury, and obviously my name was thrown out, they knew who the grand jury was for.
Who threw your name out?
All of the media said that it was from an inside source, meaning in here. So that's where they all say is.
I can tell you what I think of the media, what I think of people who leak stuff to the media.
I think it's garbage. Yeah, but I agree. That's the
next way of putting it. That doesn't make it any less necessary. Without them, I'll be quite honest. Without the media, we don't find a quarter of the kids that we.
Oh, I agree. It helps. The exposure has helped bring in so many tips for my daughter.
But at the same time, what it creates is it creates a monster that otherwise isn't necessary.
Exactly.
The tips are what the tips are. If it was a local media only, it would be much easier to work.
Yeah.
When you make it the national media, then you come up with.
We leaked it, bitch. What are you gonna do about it?
I mean, listen.
Wow.
Okay.
Things happen. Not saying that they leaked it. If they could prove it, they could prove it. If they can't, they can't. You know what I mean? My coffee is just brewing. But but yeah, shit does happen. They may not even. Yeah, can't she shut up for 1 second? I mean, this is her interrogation. She kind of does have to speak, to be fair. But I get the sentiment.
I get that, but it's just like when you talk to the lawyer, they said, "Shut the fuck up." Just shut the fuck up. That's
Again.
it. It's all they say.
Again. Well, let's just continue. I'm going to grab my coffee, but let's continue.
You get the tips also that come from Hawaii that say, I saw Caylee. Oh, really? Okay, let me call Hawaii, let me send them out, let me do that.
Ones that are a little bit closer
those are what I consider local, because the local stations are going to cover that. That's contiguous to the state of Florida. That's not.
When people are only getting their information from the Nancy Graces or from Globe magazine or People or stuff like that. Are you kidding me?
You're not going to be bad, right?
I actually don't think I ever heard the Nancy
We're
Grace
going to call
stuff.
them on my cell phone.
Okay. I know this is. Oh, yeah, that's not good.
I'll probably have to watch it again.
Just slide your hand out. No,
I honestly.
I don't even know anything.
So they're a little tight.
Thanks for entertaining us. Just slide your hand out.
Corporal Edwards.
Actually, if I could, I would have done that for you.
Do you know Baez's phone number off the top of your head?
No, I do not.
How can you get his phone number or his number?
I know his office number.
What is that?
407.
I've identified myself. You know why you're in custody.
Yes.
And you signed this. You want?
What about Casey Anthony's TikTok?
Oh, Nancy Grace reacted to.
Are you serious?
That's crazy.
Bro, we live in a fucking simulation. When Nancy Grace of all fucking people is like, this bitch doing a TikTok, I'ma react to this. Oh, I have to laugh. I have to laugh because, like, there's no way. I'm sorry for the viewers who don't like when I get loud, but I have to laugh because we live in a fucking simulation. We just have to. Like, there's no other way to even, like, I can't even.
I don't think we could technically react to it because I don't know if Nancy Grace will like attack us from on high.
I mean, if it's on a YouTube channel, I don't see why not, but it's okay.
Oh, yeah, it's on a YouTube channel, yeah. I posted it.
I don't know. I don't know if she. I don't know if she's like litigious or like what she does with like true crime is like also like in a weird space. Like a lot of people.
Oh, she also reacted to Casey Anthony's new docuseries.
Ooh, the docuseries.
It's only like a minute, though.
Yeah, I mean we could watch it because I didn't get a chance to watch the full docuseries. I read up on it. There are some new allegations, and I'll spoil it now. Part of the docuseries on Hulu is alleging that. So Casey is alleging that Caylee was a child that was born out of sexual assault. She alleges that she's alleged, and it's something that never came up. Granted, would it have been pertinent? Maybe nobody would know. But she's now alleging that Caylee was a baby that was born when she was drugged and assaulted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want a weird update derailment?
Go for it.
I'm pinging you so you can find it.
Yeah, she claimed that she was drugged by the boyfriend and then assaulted at 18. Yeah. There's like a lot of stuff. Like
the thing that like boggles my mind is why would she say like, oh, this random nanny kidnapped her and not the boyfriend?
What is
like? Do we even know who Caylee's father is?
She doesn't know.
HC3, she's been
unbanned on Twitch now.
Oh, I have to get my dinner. I'll be right back.
Okay. Interesting. 99% sure Hassan has called Dan Clancy and told him to unban me because they look cartoonishly evil. I don't understand. Okay. Ethan Klein is like, I don't understand this man anymore. This man is just like, this man has conspiracy theories for days, regardless of how you feel about Hassan. I just like, this man has conspiracy theories for days, and I don't know what to do about it.
Hey, it's Casey. I'm with Corporal Edwards. I knew the last name, sorry. I'm at the Sheriff's Department if you'd like to come down and meet with us. Thank you. Yes. And to answer your other question, from that picture, I cut my hair. It was really short even last year. I just started growing it back out this year, so. Just about that.
Okay.
It's been a long day.
It has been.
How was my dad this morning?
In our time.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I only saw from the media and got a chance to hear him talking to my mom. I spoke to him last night and this morning for just a quick second before he left, so.
Yeah, I talked to him this morning for a little bit. He was with Mark, and yeah, he was really struggling. I mean, I can imagine he was having a hard time.
Rena, what? Rena, do you want to repeat that for the class?
No.
Do not focus on what you can't control, only what you can, like taking your shirt off. Thank you, Rena. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, he was being called in to essentially provide testimony to indict you, to at least. And he was really struggling with that.
Yeah.
And I felt bad for him, to be honest with you. I truly did.
Well, I even told him last night. I know he was subpoenaed, and under the law, he had to answer whatever questions were asked him, and I told him to do what he had to do.
Imagine you were Casey, but void of any wrongdoing whatsoever. Your daughter was kidnapped 5 weeks ago, and now a detective who thinks you're the culprit is relaying the agonizing moments of your father providing information for your arrest. No matter how stoic or self-controlled your nature, you would most likely be in tears or completely enraged at the overwhelming unjustness of the situation.
She's also just giving nonsensical answers. Like, I want to point that out. They're just like nonsense answers. I don't understand what the fuck she said for the last 2 minutes. I don't get it. I legitimately do not get it. What the fuck?
Anxious about today at all?
I have been. I mean, this is something, honestly, we've been preparing for from the beginning just because of words that were directly spoken from Yuri Melich and also from Sergeant Allen. They were saying that this is what they were planning on doing from the very beginning, from that first day. So they wrote me off within the first couple hours. That was the only time they ever made any effort to try to talk to me one-on-one. And
No, it was kind of difficult.
That was kind of difficult considering.
Well, considering, obviously, in light of everything that's going on and the fact that you've been arrested for other things, it makes it a little more difficult to sit down and even talk to you. Not that we haven't wanted to.
Yeah. But I do have counsel, and that's something that, my attorney's always been a phone call away.
Has your attorney ever told you that we would like to speak to you?
And we had agreed, him and I together, that we would all sit down together, him and I, and you guys, and, we entertain whatever questions you have, and...
There is no...
But then where is your attorney here? Like, what the fuck? Why are you... God pushes me every day. Every fucking day. You're like, oh, well, I'm so truthful. Like, oh, but my attorney made it. Shut the fuck up, you fucking crazy bitch. If you're going to be like, oh, well, you could call my attorney at any time and I'm present, then why is your attorney not there? Why aren't you talking with the attorney?
Possible way that a defense attorney would actually sit down and, as Casey states, entertain any question the police have for them. Yet if we weren't paying close attention, we would take her at her word due to the eloquence of her dialogue and not realize everything she's saying is complete nonsense.
This is all nonsense words.
I mean, obviously, we can't come to you and ask you.
Yeah, understandably.
I thought that you were aware that if you wanted to talk to anybody, that all you got to do is simply ask.
Yeah, well, I know it goes both ways on that, and I guess it would have needed to come from me. I should have been the one to have, I guess, come forward with it. But, we did open up that door to law enforcement before. When Sergeant Allen was making a big deal saying, well, we want to talk to her. When can we talk to her? He's saying, well, the door's open.
I don't believe he ever told us the door's open.
What's fascinating is how instinctive and confident her assertions are. In any other circumstance, or even without the knowledge we have now, you would have no reason not to believe everything she's saying.
Yeah.
I've heard the words come out of his mouth, even myself, directed to other people that maybe didn't either relay the message or took it a different way, so I don't know. I think the lack of communication has put people in opposite corners.
Again, she has lied about people existing. Where is your child? Where is your child?
Everybody has the same goal, is to find Caylee. We all still feel, I as a mom, I know in my gut, there's the feeling as a parent, you know certain things about your child, you can feel that connection. And I still have that feeling, that presence. I know that she's alive. Whether you have a bucket load of evidence downstairs that contradicts that and says otherwise, or all you have is speculation. Or nothing at all. I mean...
We have more than speculation.
Well, he tried to the fucking police officer.
Bro, this is fucking...
Remember, legal advocate. Attempted legal advocate 2025.
Yep. Guys, she's gotten so educated since then. She wants to be a legal advocate. This is Destiny getting investigated in a police department. He's I'm pulling up Wikipedia on my phone right now. See, it right here says you are an asshole. Chat, remember, this is just for satirical comment. Destiny has not gone to a police station about any of the alleged things that have been alleged against him. She wants to be an advocate for women and LGBTQ folk. Yes, I do know that.
We'll get there.
We'll get there.
I haven't watched the clip.
Oh, neither
but
have I.
I'm ready to.
I'm ready to scream. I am ready to scream. I'm ready to scream.
Yeah. And we have more than speculation.
Yeah.
We have a lot. Or else we wouldn't be to this point. A lot.
This was essentially a direct confrontation. The detective has just told Casey they have sufficient evidence to prove her guilt. Casey doesn't refute or even respond to the accusation. She instead falls back to her ridiculous dialogue once again, hoping the confidence in her voice will mask the absurdity of what she's actually saying.
Well, I said the same thing to them, that, they said that we're at the end of a hallway.
I just thought of something really, really sad to say.
What?
What's worse? Amaranth being like, oh, those LGBTQ freaks, they should all die? Or fucking Casey Anthony being like, I'm gonna be the biggest gay advocate the world has ever seen. I like that is like...
Gays keep on losing.
Like, I don't know what's fucking worse. Like, I don't know what's worse. Also, yeah, fuck Amaranth if she's being fucking weird. I don't care that she does sex work. That's like literally fine. I don't give a fuck. I've never given a fuck. But
The slut shaming of her is really fucking weird.
Yeah,
and
but she's categorically lied. She's like literally categorically lied about being in an abusive relationship allegedly, and she has on record, on stream, said that like LGBTQ people should die and burn in her words, they should have burned in the LA fires. Not my words, it was her words. It's just like I don't know what's happening. Pimenta, you're insane. Pimenta, no. Pimenta, no.
Actually, that reminds me of a thing.
Jokes on her, I don't live in LA. Amazing side, amazing.
At a point in my life previously, I lived in Nebraska, and there was an issue where people would basically take their children back to the hospital and leave them there because they don't want them anymore.
Jesus Christ.
And technically, people are legally allowed to do that.
Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, you
can.
can.
They have fire stations too.
Yeah.
Fire stations, police stations.
The thing is, he dropped off like 4 kids who was like 5, 9, and 14, if I remember correctly.
5, 9, and 14. The
no,
fuck?
they have surrender.
Like teenagers.
No, they have surrender laws where if you have a baby within however many days, that's just I don't want to be a parent anymore. Fuck off, children.
Yeah, it was like very fucking like it was just like what the fuck,
Mitch. To be honest, I'd rather have a homophobic person call me a slur rather than a leftist grifter talk for me.
Damn.
Oh, holy shit, Mitch! Ah! Jesus Christ, oh, Mitch, I love you, man. That's fucking baller. Oh. It is a side divert because we need like a tiny little palate cleanser.
You're not wrong, Midge.
Literally, to our fucking audience, to the op-heads, or to the new people who have come in, fucking thank you guys for being here on a fucking Wednesday night and just chilling while we just freak out over an old case that like held the world by storm, and now she's trying to come back as an influencer. This is baller. You're all baller. Thank you guys so much. And like a small reminder, if this is your first time here and you're considering subscribing, we do have a goal at 1K. We're going to be revealing a very special project that we've been working on for the past couple months at 1K. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but we've been working on it.
I'm thinking we're at the end of the hallway and there's 2 doors. Which door are we going to go through? Or I guess this is, we're at this point, and
we are at this point.
The final step is which door is locked.
We are well beyond where we were before. Mm-hmm. I mean, those issues are gone, okay? And when we refer to we're at the end of the hallway, I think you are well aware of what hallway we're talking about. Do you understand that?
Well, so there's no question, I guess. You can specify that at this point.
What are you saying? What are you saying? What a fucking bit! Oh my god!
This word soup.
It is word soup. I fucking hate this so much. I hate this so much. No, the 1K thing is not my OF. No!
I read that and I didn't know what that was a reference to, and now
I mean, I'm pretty sure all of us wouldn't get involved with the
Kikan,
OF.
what's
That
up?
would be
Good
a bit
morning
weird.
from
Thank you.
Sweden. Just came here. What's happening?
Or
Okay,
is it,
quick
oh, hi, honey.
rundown. This is the.
So,
oh
so
my
who
God,
are reacting to? So
I
we
got
are
exhausted.
reacting to a JCS video on an American case that captured the nation in the mid-aughts. This
Late
lady's
aughts.
name is the late aughts. Excuse me. This is Casey Anthony. Her daughter was missing, found dead.
Reported missing 31
days after. A lot of people are convinced that she has done it. Spoiler alert: she gets found innocent on all the child murder charges and shit like that, and
has made a resurgence 15 years
yes.
later, trying
Well,
to be
she's been in and around the news like as like a researcher, as like a investigative researcher, and now she's
Trying to repair her
resurfaced-
image.
Yes, and now she is now
TikTok.
she's trying to come out as a legal advocate influencer is the best way to describe what she is. Falgi, imagine a child murder case video is to launch your OF. I would actually just jump off a bridge. She has a Tumblr fandom. Holy moly.
Don't say it. Those are words. Those are not. That's not real.
Yes,
That's not
yeah.
real.
Not guilty doesn't mean that she's innocent. I do understand that's why a lot of people again say that, like, I believe that she did it, but I can't definitively say she was not found guilty. And that is like the important thing. Thank you, Mac. You can have your own belief. I'm not saying she wasn't found not guilty. I could just I just have my own beliefs.
No.
I think
hold
you're
on.
talking about the
You're fucking
Tumblr fandom thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Your perspective is on that.
You have a second?
Absolutely.
Can we come right back?
Yeah, that's fine.
You plan on running off?
I'm not going anywhere.
I got to stretch out a little bit. I'm not as young as I used to be.
It's unfortunate that right when the pressure was starting to build, the second detective interrupts the exchange, and they both leave the room soon after. Casey waits alone for roughly 40 minutes before her attorney shows up.
He's going to ask a question.
There we go.
I don't say anything
Attorney
else
is
other than
here.
answer.
Attorney is present. Even though she's kind of already answered
Based on
questions.
our conversation today, and I read you that form, basically just the same thing I said to Mr. Byers over the phone. If there's been numerous requests for opportunities to speak with us and come to a resolution.
AT.
That's why we brought you here instead of the jail. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, based on your request for us to call him and bring him here, he's here. So what we're going to try to do is give you a few minutes somewhere that's not recorded. No secrets, I told you. This room's recorded. I have to be able to approach my chain and explain why.
The detective now guilefully takes Casey up on her previous offer, where she insisted they were willing to sit down with police and answer questions.
But first, I need you to tell him, in your own words, if you will, that you'd like to take the opportunity to deal with us like you've made that request in the past. So, is that something you want to tell him?
I told him the same thing we talked about before, that we would entertain any questions that they have. We would listen and discuss it, and if we have something to respond, we'll respond.
Okay, do you want to speak to me in private?
Yes.
So we can clarify this?
Yes.
It would come as no surprise that no conference was to be had. Casey was instead taken to the county jail, where she would remain for 2.5 years awaiting trial. Once this footage was released...
Okay, so...
Trial do take a while.
Yeah, if Fauci, she's innocent of murder, LOL. You could say she killed her child. Murder is a legal claim, like how Rittenhouse is a killer, not a murderer. Yeah, I know.
Well, he meant to say not guilty, and he forgot the words.
Yes. This is what happens when you yap. As long as she was in jail as long as Chris
Holy
Chan.
shit.
Isn't that fucking crazy?
What the fuck?
Man, I can't wait for that Chris Chan Gamer from Mars interview. Because they're
my
they're
God.
on friendly terms.
no.
He's already done it before. I'm very interested to know where Chris Chan is now, years later, like where their mindset is.
You're not following the you're not following the Geno Samuel documentary series?
No. I mean, like, from her own lips, like where she is in her mind. Yes, Gooner from Mars. Yeah, for those who don't know, Gamer from Mars is kind of is a good companion. Gamer from Mars has been an interesting documentarian of like YouTube stuff over the years. I kind of fell off of him when a lot of his stuff was just like 4chan, not necessarily just 4chan, but also like just like Reddit retellings. But for Chris Chan, he had interviewed them before, and now I believe he's interviewing them again. But the reason why he's called Gunnar from Mars is that like the last couple videos have been retrospectives on a lot of adult content creators' careers. It's just been very interesting. He has like two, believe he has 2 Mia Khalifa videos that like poke holes in everything she's kind of said, which is very fascinating. But yeah, just as a side note, again, I don't hate these people. It's just like one of those things.
To the public domain, the consensus was that Casey at best was a cold-hearted mother, and at worst, a hideous, despicable murderer. But what's curious is that although these opinions may be accurate, they came from a completely misguided notion, being that her behavior in the footage was entirely genuine. Casey was in all likelihood being completely fake this entire time. So you might be curious as to why a person would actually fake such a poised temperament, when it would be far more fitting to fake sadness and despair. We all have aspects to ourselves that are ungenuine to a certain degree. How we act at a business dinner won't be the way we are at home with our close friends or family. The more comfortable the setting, the more we can be ourselves. Those educated on Casey's past would assert that she was rarely sad, rarely angry, but always this bubbly and agreeable personality, even when it didn't suit the situation. She was one of those people where something just seemed off, but you couldn't quite put your finger on it. The evidence put forward suggests that Casey was fake.
Okay, listen, let's have a conversation. If Casey Anthony does successfully become an influencer, I hope she's a new horror cow. I hope people do what they normally do with lolcows. At this point, she is opening up the avenue for it. That's all I will say. I don't wish anything bad on her, but I just will say my only hope is that the cow comes a-moving, and that's all. I will say nothing else.
In every single setting and with every single person, all of the time. A trait that might go unnoticed in everyday life, yet would clearly stand out when shown under the microscope of a criminal case study. Casey had become so accustomed to this fraudulent way of being that it even came as a natural behavior to her in the extraordinary setting we see here. And the assertion is that because Casey knew just how well she could fabricate this character, she thought she could use it to mask her anxiety and thus conceal guilty behavior. Casey, in all likelihood, had little to no regard for her daughter. That's not even an argument anymore. But her true temperament here would likely be far more apprehensive due to the concern over her own welfare. Every time the detective insinuated an accusation, Casey kept the same tone, same demeanor, and same confident, lighthearted disposition. If you took her out of this interrogative setting and placed her in the mall with her friends, it would seem completely normal.
It's
she
just
would be
like
faking
weird.
her personality in both
Like
environments.
that's the thing. It's just her reactions, the way that she's acting, interacting with people and all those things. It's just weird.
Yet we are only able to realize it in one. This type of mindset is linked to sociopathy. Whatever the situation or circumstance, they need to have an advantage over you. So how do they do this? They lie, and also calculate how they are going to feel and react to a certain situation before it occurs. The entirety of her focus was on making herself look good rather than being worried about the actual quality of her character. Casey, in a nutshell, was an inauthentic person, long before she ever gave birth to her ill-fated daughter, and her skill at deception alongside her manufactured personality is arguably the most terrifying part of this entire case. On December 11th, 2008, just under 5 months since she was reported missing, Caylee's skeletal remains were discovered in a swamp less than a mile away from the Anthony household. She was wrapped in a Winnie the Pooh blanket and then placed in a canvas laundry bag. Duct tape was discovered around the nose and mouth area of the skull, and her death was ruled a homicide.
Yep. Not a mile away from the home. Just ditched in her blanket. Taped up, bound, murdered. There's nothing to say.
Yeah.
What that is cold-hearted. The blanket is a personal touch. Like a very personal, weird touch that only somebody, in my opinion, again, not a professional in that kind of thing, but I've watched enough true crime. The blanket is a weird personal touch that only somebody close would know to do that in. Maybe a moment of remorse or just whatever it may be.
Prosecutors in the case then announced they would be seeking the death penalty. There were a multitude of discoveries made in the lead-up to the trial, and many believed it to be an open and shut case.
Yes, it is. This is Florida, so she got the death penalty. The death penalty was on the fucking table. Yeah, it was on the table. Well, she got it on the table. Whether or not she gets convicted is a whole different thing.
The damnatory nature of the evidence. On the last day Caylee was seen alive by anyone other than her mother, and the day many believe she was murdered, Casey Anthony made the following internet searches.
What the fuck is shot girl costumes? Oh, shot girl costumes. Okay. Sorry, I was like, what the
Suffocation and full proof suffocation.
Oh my god. Well, why is she looking at a fucking costume in June?
Interesting.
God.
Interesting.
At 7:54 p.m. that same evening, Casey and her boyfriend Tony were seen in a Blockbuster video store. Caylee was nowhere in sight, and many presume she was already dead and decomposing in Casey's trunk at this point. In the following weeks, Casey went out partying most nights. Just 3 days after her daughter's supposed abduction, she was captured in various photos participating in a hot body contest.
That's why she needed the short girl costume.
Why she needed the short girl costume. And lavishly lavender is actually correct. So she was found, one of the main reasons that it's believed that the jury found her not guilty of the criminal kidnapping and manslaughter charges was because of the circumstantial evidence that was shaky at best, because they didn't really have any evidence tying her to the murder. They just said, which does happen, everything else she's ever done and been is suspicious. She was found guilty of all of the perjury and filing a false police report and giving like false testimony. Well, what's a false police report? Giving false testimony to officers. That specifically she was found guilty of.
12 days after.
And it doesn't mean that she's innocent. It just means that there wasn't enough concrete evidence to prove it.
She got a tattoo on her back saying Bella Vita, an Italian motto that translates beautiful life. She also made an entry in her diary around the same time which read, I completely trust my own judgment, and I knew that I made the right decision. This is the happiest that I have been in a very long time. I hope that my happiness will continue to grow. The trial commenced on May 24th, 2011. The gist of the prosecution's argument was that Casey suffocated her daughter with duct tape and then placed her in the trunk for a few days before disposing of her body in the swamp. The motive for the murder was the primary focus during their opening statement.
This isn't just a case about Casey Marie Anthony. It's a story about Caylee Anthony as well. Caylee Anthony was born on August 9th of 2005. It was a Tuesday. And Caylee lived nearly every day of her life on a quiet residence.
Did she serve time in prison for the other charges? No. So they gave her time served because her, so the disappearance happened in 2008. She was in and out of jail for that period of time. And her actual trial date was 2011. So she was approximately in jail for 3-ish years. So give or take, they would have just been like, oh, that's just time served. Which does happen in cases. That's just like, that's...
Happens all the time.
That happens all the time. Yeah.
Residential street in Orlando called Hope Spring Drive. Casey Anthony, Caylee's mother, appeared to all outward observers to be what her parents thought she was. A loving mother working hard to provide support for her daughter. But as the evidence in this case and the investigation into the background of Casey Anthony will show, that was an illusion. On Monday, June 16th, Cindy Anthony goes to work, as I've described, sometime between 7 and 8 a.m., and is out of the house until late evening. George Anthony specifically recalls that at 12:50 p.m. on June 16th of 2008, his daughter, Casey, left the residence on Hope Spring Drive with Caylee Marie Anthony. Caylee was wearing a pink shirt, jean shorts, sunglasses, and a backpack. And George Anthony, kissed his granddaughter goodbye and never saw her again. In fact, no one but Casey Anthony ever saw Caylee Marie Anthony alive again.
Yeah. Nobody. She was the only one.
The evidence in this case will establish that there is no other reason for the placement of multiple pieces of duct tape on this child's face, mouth, and nose other than the specific intent to end that child's life. No one but Casey Anthony had access to all the pieces of evidence in this case. The duct tape, the laundry bag, the blanket, the shorts, the shirt, the car. No one else lied to their friends, to their family, to investigators. No one else benefited from the death of Caylee Marie Anthony. Caylee's death allowed Casey Anthony to live the good life.
It's so sad because the grandma is like the one who called the police and said the car smelled like a dead body. Yeah, allegedly. I believe the mom recants that later.
Yeah, the mom recanted that. I don't think the dad did because the dad did. I don't think he did.
What really disgusted me was during the documentary, at least the first part, I believe she kept referring to Caylee as that, like she refused to say her name. Yeah. I will probably watch the documentary after this and give my thoughts. If you're in the Discord, by the way, here's a fun fact. If you're in the Discord, I'll probably talk about my thoughts. If you haven't joined our Discord yet, join our Discord. One of our lovely mods will put it in. We have a lovely community Discord. A lot of our artists are active in it. We have a really great artist. We have a really great artist community. We have a lot of like fun things there. If you guys want to join our Discord, by all means, if you're new, obviously, if your Discord account, one of our big rules, you need to be, it's an 18 plus Discord. If I find out that you're not 18, it's a boot, obviously, but please don't join if you're not 18 for the love of Christ. You also shouldn't be at this stream fucking anyways. But yes, if your account is younger than 6 months, you also get the boot. We do apologize. That is a reason to help prevent brigading. Thank you so much. Thank you.
At least for those 31 days.
Although there was a lack of direct physical evidence tying the defendant to her daughter's death, the evidence the state actually had still seemed overwhelming, and they understandably thought relying on the facts alone would easily secure a conviction. The defense, on the other hand, were up against it. So not only did they use charm and appeal to sway the jury's attention away from the evidence, they dropped an absolute bombshell in their opening statements to create as much doubt as humanly possible.
On behalf of the defense, I want to thank you for the sacrifice that you've made in your jury service and coming here and helping us see justice. We know it's no easy task. And we intend, I'm sure, both sides, on getting you home as quickly as possible once you have all of the information that you need. Everyone wants to know what happened. How in the world can a mother wait 30 days before ever reporting her child missing?
31 days. Her child
didn't even
was
report
missing.
her missing. It was the mother, not her, but her mother reported it.
Her mother reported it. Yes. Who's ready to get really angry? It's gonna come.
It's insane. It's bizarre. Something's just not right about that. Well, the answer is actually relatively simple. She never was missing. Caylee Anthony died on June 16, 2008, when she drowned in her family's swimming pool. Well, the reason we're all here is because not of the commonality of this tragedy, but of the uniqueness of the family that it happened to. You will hear about ugly things, secret things, things that people don't speak about, things that Casey never spoke about. On June 16, 2008, after Caylee died, Casey did what she's been doing all her life. or for most of it, hiding her pain. Going into that dark corner.
Yeah, so it's important to note that the defense is saying that she drowned. This is the defense, from what I remember. They're saying that Caylee drowned. So Casey had full knowledge that her child is gone at this point.
Yeah, and it's like they could prove that she didn't drown. They just have to check if there's water in her lungs.
Well, she was so decomposed, I don't think that'd be possible by that point. I don't know.
But then why would she have tape on her face?
I mean, tape, yeah.
But we'll get there, chat. We're gonna get there. Wait for the real fucked up part.
Pretending that she does not live in the situation that she's living in. This family must keep its secrets quiet. And it all began when Casey was 8 years old and her father came into her room and began to touch her inappropriately.
Bro.
So the father, who has stood by her this entire time, with no apparent evidence, by the way, this evidence has never been corroborated. There's been no evidence of it, by the way. Just none. To this day, I don't think this has ever been proven.
Well, there's no case for it.
Yep.
You can't make a case for it. This is just her.
This is her defense,
or testimony,
because she couldn't get like an
say.
Insanity defense because she couldn't get this, she couldn't get that. She was found mentally competent enough to go to trial. She says, "My father sexually assaulted me, and he is the direct reason that that my daughter is gone, and I didn't say anything." All the pathological lying, the fact that nobody ever knew, the fact that the mother
never come up before.
Grandma, her mother is the first one to call the police, that the dad is the one, all this shit.
The partying in the month of her
Mhm.
daughter's disappearance.
It is her father's fault because allegedly, that is what happened. If you are a member of the chat, you know what emote to use. Plug in your explodes now, chat. You don't know it? You know it now. Explodes. And I'm not going to scream. I'm not going to get like overly performatively angry. Because I don't think that it's, even though it's how I feel, I don't think that it's worth it. I think that this is like, this speaks for itself. How insane it is. How actively sociopathic this is. And it doesn't even explain how Caylee just drowned. Why is there duct tape? Why are her limbs duct taped? Why is her mouth and nose duct taped? If she drowned, why would any of those things need to have happened? And furthermore, why are you saying all these other people did it? All these other people knew you. Why?
So it's not her fault. It's everyone else's fault.
Exactly. Again, this is what an external locus of control looks like. This is what manipulation looks like. This is what lying looks like. I'm not necessarily comparing this to, obviously, the jar interview that we premiered, but I explained it before. It's how certain people interact with people and in a way to just get what they want.
This child, who at 8 years old, learned to lie immediately. She could be 13 years old, have her father's penis in her mouth, and then go to school and play with the other kids as if nothing ever happened. That will help you understand why no one knew that her child was dead.
The trial would go on to last 6 weeks, with the prosecution exposing the truly dark and deceptive nature of Casey's character. While the state relied on fact, the defense clung on to theory, and proposed every conspiracy under the sun in the hope they would create enough skepticism and confusion. One of the more noted details of the trial was the courtroom presence of Jose Baez. He had an exceptional ability of narrative control and storytelling, and his capacity to create a connection with...
So this is something that's going to be brought up that, like it or hate it, you can say it. She had a really good attorney. Sometimes that's all that needs to happen. You have a really good attorney that'll get you fucking places. Let's be honest. What's his face? Johnny Cochran and what's his face? The Kardashian guy, because he's the one that actually, if I remember correctly, did the glove don't fit. For those who don't know, OJ's trial did something very similar in a way where it relied on race politics and the fact that OJ was a black man, that his victim was a white woman, and elicited a lot of feelings of early lynchings about mixed race couples and all these things. And like, yeah, Robert Kardashian, like, this is like, there was a lot of stuff. Like, there was a lot of stuff to that. And for as disgusting as that may make you feel years later, 100% everyone knows that OJ did it. Let's like, he's dead. Fuck him. He's probably flipping me the bird in hell. I don't give a shit. Say hello to my grandmother for me.
There's more people he hates.
Say hello to mine too.
Yeah, say hello to my grandmother for me. No, she's somewhere up in heaven. Who the fuck knows? If that exists. But like, that is the thing.
You wear a crucifix.
I don't believe in those things.
You have a crucifix on your wall?
Yeah, it's an Italian thing.
You're Italian.
Yeah, it doesn't mean... Oh, not all Italians go to heaven. And not all of them believe in God.
I hate to tell you this, but you're right. I'm looking at one.
You just said your grandma was in hell. No, she's not. It's just the joke. It's just the joke. Actually, probably my other grandma is 100% in hell, by the way.
Yeah, the one you told me about, I believe you.
No. I have another grandmother that true story. I have another grandmother. I don't know if she's dead. I don't know if she's alive or dead. I'll be straight up. Because she like left the family after. When my grandfather died, she spit on his grave and left with her daughter. Because like my grandfather was remarried way before I was born. And just left. Just left for forever.
She went back to the old country.
No, she went somewhere in upstate New York. What the fuck? How many grandmothers do you have? 3. My dad's parents remarried. And so I had 2 grandmothers, my actual biological grandmother, and then my grandmother through marriage. Then I had my biological grandfather, and then my grandfather through marriage, but that shit doesn't matter. They're my grandparents, just like my half siblings are my actual siblings, just like how my adopted sister is my sister. I don't look at that shit that way. We were raised to never look at it that way. But yeah, that's just a fun fact for y'all. Let's get back to it.
With the jury seemed far more adequate than that of the state. This was recognized and mentioned multiple times in the media, yet the overwhelming majority of those following the case were almost certain that it wouldn't be enough to save.
Like, that was the thing. He was so fucking good, he convinced a bunch of people. Just convinced a bunch of people.
The defendant. Closing arguments were put forward on Sunday, the 3rd of July.
When you have a child, that child becomes your life. This case is about the clash between that responsibility and the expectations that go with it and the life that Casey Anthony wanted to have. Casey meets Tony. Tony has this life. He's free. He's a club promoter. He's out there at night with the loud music and dancing, and it's a great free life. So she has a choice. A life tethered to a child, or a life free to be 22. And as hard as it is for anyone to imagine, she had to choose between sacrificing 2 things. The first was her dreams and the life she wanted. And the second was her child. And we submit to you the evidence in this case shows that the choice she made was her child.
Here we are at the end of our journey. And I have to tell you that I probably think you have more questions than you have answers. And if you recall at opening statements, the final thing that I told you, at the end of the day, when everything is said and done, the one question will never be answered. The key question in this case will never be answered. It can never be proven. And that is, how did Caylee die? I'm going to start with my biggest fear. I'm going to tell you right up front what I fear may happen in this case. And I want to talk to you about it and explain why I feel that way. This case deals with so much emotion. I know that there were times where every single person in here felt something deep down inside. Your rules of deliberation, what the law is that this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone.
You'll notice that Mr. Baez locks the jury's focus on this while subtly concealing this. He presents the argument that the prosecution has purposely got the jury emotionally invested in the case in the hope it would push them towards a guilty verdict. Yet in this exact same statement, he himself is getting them emotionally invested.
And this is why he's good at his job. He is doing the exact thing that he's saying the prosecution is doing. Because that's the game. You have to get them emotionally involved in a way that they believe the alternative facts that are being presented, and they start to believe the inconclusivity of the facts that the prosecution has presented. Literally how it works.
Vested for the
Yeah, they're taught to gaslight. It's like their whole thing.
Exact opposite reason. While refuting the prosecution's supposed attempt to entice anger, he subtly attempts to evoke empathy. Say what you want about this attorney and the ethics of his conduct, but what you are about to witness is expertly done, and what many believe to be what saved Casey Anthony's life.
100%.
And that's because, obviously, we want you to base your verdict on the evidence, not on emotion. And it's my biggest fear because it's such a difficult thing for you to push aside. Caylee Anthony was a beautiful, sweet, innocent child who died far too soon.
Murdered by her mother.
There's no doubt about it, and that is not disputed by anyone.
Murdered by her mother.
But to parade her up here to invoke your emotion would be improper. It's improper under the law, and it's improper as to the rules of your deliberation. He went on for a great length of time talking about this beautiful child. Not on his evidence, not on the evidence that was presented before you. It was to set up the emotion for what was to come. And that is exactly how this case was presented. They didn't come right out the gate and show you.
You are being emotionally manipulated by that man, not by me.
Yeah. I am just pleading to your emotions about feeling emotionally manipulated by that man over there.
With your emotions.
But yes, the dad stuff, the accusations of sexual assault, and literally saying she was taught at 13 years old to have her dad's penis in her mouth and then go off to school. That was never a play for emotion. Not for 1 second was that ever a play for emotion. Interesting. Also, I will say this, don't hate lawyers. This is their job. Their job is to advocate for their client.
They got to play the game.
Yes.
They got to play the game within the lines.
Yep.
And the lines, the system of the game itself is what's broken.
Yeah.
They're playing the game, and that's what's fucked up.
I'm just saying, I'll say it. That's fair enough. I'm just saying, my mom's a lawyer. I can say whatever I want.
My uncle works at Nintendo.
I mean, like, I know lawyers. I know we have some lawyers and, like, people of lawyers in the chat. This guy crossed that ethical line, in my opinion. That's fair.
Yeah.
But here's the reality. I mean,
I don't disagree.
I don't disagree, but like if it's within the bounds of the bar association,
and the system's also
more. I would argue it's more morality than ethics at a certain point. Morally, I agree, but if he believes what his client is saying, if he believes that his client is saying that, and the only corroborating testimony is his client, there's only so much we can say or do.
How do you say that word again?
What?
Corroborated.
Corroborated. That's corroborated. I know there's an H somewhere. Yeah, you better not hate my lawyer. Hey, Rosemary, I told you I don't hate them. Not all lawyers are scummy. I wouldn't even say this guy is scummy. He's just playing the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I've talked to some all-right lawyers.
Yeah. Like, collaborated. God damn it! God damn it, chat! God diggity damn it!
It's okay. I can't say fulfillment properly. My friend, is it fulfillment?
Yeah. Fulfillment. It's full.
Fulfillment.
Like, it's full.
Fulfillment.
Yes.
Okay. I can't say it right. My friend.
But yeah, like, I can't. If he was doing something illegal, it is what it is. It's child murder. It's morally wrong to defend this person.
Sure, yeah.
Sure, but it's also more... Okay, but here's the reality. It's also equally morally wrong to not give her defense. Because if she was innocent... So here's the thing, right? If you've ever seen Making a Murderer, that's part of the argument. was if you don't believe that, oh my god, what the fuck was his name?
For making a murder?
Yeah. Because I know Brandon is the cousin's name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Avery, James Avery, right? Or something like that?
Yeah, James. Yeah.
So, if you believe that James Avery didn't commit the first crime, but completely understand that he committed the second crime.
Stephen Avery.
Stephen Avery, excuse me. Stephen Avery. Thank you. That's kind of how it is people have a right to a fair trial regardless of what they did. She has the right to be defended in court.
Mm-hmm.
It just feels
she's
weird.
a monster.
Yeah, it
She's a monster,
doesn't
yes.
like say that she's not a monster. Defense lawyer could also choose to argue for a lesser sentence rather than try to prove their non-guilt. That's true, but they also have to kind of go with their client. It's like one of those like things that's like, if he believes that he can win, because in reality, a lot of the evidence was circumstantial and predicated on the charges regarding her lying to law enforcement and all of those things. It just becomes a lot more muddy. It just sucks. This case sucks because there's no winning.
You could just point to a fact of Casey had a rough life.
Yeah.
She lied about this, sure, but also somebody else could have still done it. And if he convinced 13 people that somebody else could have still done it,
or at least one person, or one person in that 13.
Well, no, because it's not a hung jury, because then they would just retry the jury.
That's true. That's true. But that's what I mean. Well, it's majority, right? But like, you know what I mean?
No, I thought it would. Is it majority? I thought you have to do everybody.
I can't remember.
You have to convince every single person.
I can't remember. That's a good point. I actually can't remember.
The evidence. They gave you 2 weeks of testimony that was completely irrelevant and served only one purpose. And that was to paint Casey Anthony as a slut, as a party girl, as a girl who lies. And
all of those things are true. All of those are true.
Has absolutely nothing to do with how.
I wouldn't call it, I'm not slut shaming. These are just things that are categorically true. She never knew the child's father, allegedly. She has theories of who it is. It's like a whole big thing.
Caylee died.
And also, the prosecutor was completely inept comparatively to the defense attorney. That's an absolute correct statement.
And this prosecution was geared in such a manner that it was deliberate, it was methodical, it was thorough, and it was detailed.
Mr. Baez then focuses on the fact that the state has the burden of proof, and thereafter continues to intertwine the two essential features of his argument, empathy and doubt.
Don't speculate. Don't guess. It has to be proven to you beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. If you don't know what happened, it wasn't proven. We don't want you to tell us what you think happened. We want you to tell us what was proven happened. And that's the difference here. Because you know what? We can go on and speculate all day long as to the different theories that were posed before you, as to the different possibilities. But the truth of the matter is it must be what was proven.
Yeah.
There are no mysteries to solve here. There should be no mystery before you right now. If you have questions, then it was not proven. And that's as simple as it goes. Now, back to what I was saying with their initial setup, the way the case was presented, the first couple of weeks. You see, the strategy behind that is if you hate her, if you think she's a lying, no-good slut, then you'll start to look at this evidence in a different light. You'll start to, oh, wait a minute. Maybe I'm seeing something that's not there. And start to actually discriminate against.
Again, he's arguing, and this is why he's being good. He's arguing that being emotionally invested in the case and believing that she's a party girl, that she's a quote-unquote no-good slut, that she didn't care for her child, is within itself discriminatory and thus a violation of looking at the facts of the case, even though those are the facts of the case.
Mm-hmm.
It's because they don't have the
Casey smoking gun. Yeah.
They don't have Casey Anthony's fingerprints on duct tape. They don't have, because there's none of that.
An eyewitness dropping.
There are eyewitnesses. Yeah. They don't have footprints leading from the apartment or the house or whatever to the swamp, that type of thing. But it's the moment of, could it at any of these steps of the way been somebody else? Then obviously not guilty. That's
could it have been
somewhere
somewhere else? are you being manipulative in thinking this? Like,
didn't they check the trunk for like DNA?
I don't remember. I
I
know that
don't
I
specifically
have
remember.
I have the fucking image of photos of that trunk like seared into my brain, remembering
Yeah.
it because Nancy Grace went over that trunk so many times. But I can't remember the details of it.
Yeah.
Rather than give her the standard that is afforded to each and every citizen in our country. And that is that the government come in here and prove their case beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. But you can get away with that if we can get a jury to hate her. But you're here to fulfill an oath. You've labored tremendously over this journey.
Yeah.
And we're going to ask you to render
They
a
found
verdict
a
of not
hair.
guilty.
They have found a hair of evidence of the death rings. I think. I don't know what the death rings are. I have the case up. I would have to double check and see if they found evidence. Arrest and trial, indictment, attorney selection, opening statements, evidence. Human composition found in both George and Casey's then boyfriend testified they did not smell anything. George would be the father, if I remember correctly. Did not smell anything resembling human decomposition in Casey's car, which they recanted. But George said he did smell something familiar to human decomposition when the car was picked up on the 15th. Cindy then testified that her comment in the 911 call smelled like someone died was a figure of speech and exaggerated at best. There was a forensic analysis. This was used to look up some of the things that she searched. At one time, she searched chloroform 84 times. After the trial, Bradley publicly reported that this number was an error attributed to a bug in his programming, and the computer, in fact, contained only one search for chloroform. They had cadaver dogs, and like they found certain things again. Death by homicide, the fact that their death had not been reported and that chloroform had been found in Casey's car, noting that even a small amount of chloroform could be the result of the child's death on cross-examination. Also admitted that the toxicology report indicated that it was negative for volatile chemicals, but that he maintained that her death was not accidental given the lack of report. Decomposing skull. No longer visible. Shaw testified that a hair discovered in Casey's trunk belonged to Caylee and displayed root banding. That would just be an indication of post-mortem. Again, that would just be indicative of that she was decomposing in the trunk of that car. Potentially. Yeah, like, again, it's just a lot of like.
I feel like prosecution had more than enough evidence, overwhelming amounts of evidence, enough for like the nation to be in agreement on this one. But the attorney didn't have to like persuade the nation. That he only had to persuade the jury.
Yeah, exactly. That's all it really matters is that.
Maybe not persuade is the right word, but convince.
Convince. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. She also recanted. It's just part of it. It's just really just part of it.
On these charges because they simply were not proven. And they're simply not true.
For the 9th Judicial Circuit in and for Orange County, Florida.
Yeah,
State
it's
of
just
Florida
crazy.
versus
This is a
Casey
crazy
Marie
case.
Anthony. As to case number 2008 CF 15606-0. As to the charge of first-degree murder, verdict as to count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty, so say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, on this 5th day of July, 2011, signed foreperson. As to the charge of aggravated child abuse, verdict as to count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty, so say we all, dated at Orlando,
she is
Orange
smiling.
County, Florida,
She's
this
smiling
5th
that
day
she's
of
not being
July,
convicted.
2011, signed foreperson.
Let's just be real.
As to the charge of aggravated manslaughter of a child, verdict as to count 3. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty, so say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, this 5th day of July, 2011, signed foreperson. And juror number 12, were these your true and correct verdicts? Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Well, counsel and the defendant approach the podium.
Well, I hope that this is a lesson to those of you who have indulged in media assassination for 3 years. bias and prejudice and incompetent talking heads saying what would be and how to be.
I hope you live a miserable life.
He's probably dead.
I'm disgusted by some of the lawyers that have done this, and I can tell you that my colleagues from coast to coast and border to border have condemned this whole process of lawyers getting on television and talking about cases that they don't know a damn thing about and don't have the...
This is 100% at Nancy disagrees.
He's 81 right now.
Oh, well, he still has time to die, I guess.
experience to back up their words or the law to do it. Now you've learned a lesson. And we appreciate the jury. Those of you that have been objective and professional, we like it. Others, we're going to be talking to again. Thank you very much.
Casey did not murder Caylee. It's that simple. And today, our system of justice has not dishonored her memory by a false conviction.
Oh, what the? Don't do that.
Why do you have autoplay on?
I don't know. I forget that I have autoplay on. So yes.
Why do you do that?
So, at the time, she has been found not guilty. That is the end of the case. Now, there is updates to it. There is more. Let me go to my... Let's just go to my... I want to go to my YouTube history real quick so I could pull some videos up that I had saved. Because here's... Casey Anthony has been talking ever since. Casey Anthony... Spelled Casey Anthony incorrectly. That's okay. Oh God. Now it's all taken over because it's just like, so she would reveal on
now the latest explosive allegation to come from the first interview given by Casey Anthony since her acquittal 11 years ago when her daughter Caylee
2 years ago.
She is
so this would be
her
around
father for the death of her daughter.
Yep.
There are more
a decade later.
explosive revelations from the new docu-series about the notorious Casey Anthony.
What do you think my question is going to be?
Why did I wait 31 days to call 911?
911, what's your emergency? My daughter's been missing for the last 31 days.
Once known as the most hated woman in America,
still
Casey
is.
Anthony is interviewed for a 3-part series on the Peacock stream.
Still is. Fuck her.
She got paid for that.
Yep, she did. Right? She got paid for this. Just remember,
she
chat.
had to have.
Yep.
She would have gotten paid for this.
Streaming service.
I lied. But no one asked why.
During the trial, the complete 911 call was played for the jury.
Or your attorney said
31 days ago. I've been looking for her and have gone through other...
All right, just shut up. I don't want to hear this shit
again. The only person in this world that matters to me still is my daughter. But I'm still defending the fact that I didn't hurt her.
The new documentary is also generating headlines like this. Casey Anthony blames her father for daughter Caylee's death. When contacted today by Inside Edition, George said, "I am in contact with an attorney. That's all I can say at this moment." He was tight-lipped when photographers approached him today.
Do you have any comment about your daughter's allegations?
Still with the wife?
Oh, yeah.
Have you got anything to say?
So again, she blames her father. She's still holding on to the narrative that her father assaulted her. And that is why she didn't call for her daughter. Now, chat, you may be asking, why the fuck does Casey Anthony matter? Or is the Oplot becoming a true crime channel? Well, maybe, chat, maybe. Until this week, when Casey Anthony decided the best place for her to go is TikTok. So chat, let's look at Casey Anthony's new career as a TikTok influencer. Now, it's important to note that Casey, throughout the years, would live, I think, with her, like with a private investigator for at a time, and shit like that. Because,
presumably, her parents kicked her out.
Yes. So in this 3-minute video, let's look at Casey Anthony, the official Casey Anthony TikTok.
To death. Okay. Today is Saturday, March 1st, 2025. This is my first of probably many recordings on a series that I'm starting. I am a legal advocate. I am a researcher. I've been in the legal field since 2011. And in this capacity, I feel that it's necessary if I'm going to continue to operate appropriately as a legal advocate that I start to advocate for myself and also advocate for my daughter. For those of you who don't know, my name is Casey Anthony. My daughter is Caylee Anthony. My parents are George and Cindy Anthony. This is not about them. This is not in response to anything that they have said or done. That's not to say that I'm not going to respond at some point to some of the things that they have said and done. The whole point of...
Bitch, you killed your kid. Nobody else could have done it. She accidentally drowned and you didn't say anything. That was your defense. Is that she accidentally drowned due to your negligence. Why was her body
she's
hidden?
out here right now is because she got away with it, and she thinks she
Yes.
got away with because she's smart, not that she just had a good lawyer.
Yep.
Point of this is for me to begin to
No, don't mass report her TikTok, guys. Don't do that. Let her tweet. Let her TikTok. Let her tweet. Let her do everything that she wants to do.
Introduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give a voice to people, to give people tools and resources that they can utilize so they actually know where they can turn to. So with that, please join me on Substack.
So she has a Substack, by the way.
Holy
her
shit.
thing is,
Yeah,
listen, I'm
somebody
putting out a
post a Substack.
newsletter. Now I have a Substack. Go fucking follow me on Substack. Listen, Casey Anthony, you live in Florida. I hear there's a Twitch streamer by the name of Stephen Bennell II.
What the fuck?
Or the
I thought you were
third.
gonna
I
say
can't remember what he
Dream.
says. I
Why not
think
Dream?
he needs a
Or
legal
Theme Zero.
advocate. Casey Anthony, please
Oh, I see what
go
you're doing. Okay.
work on the Destiny case. He lives in Florida as well. I am sending you psychic signals.
You two are meant for each other.
You two were meant for each other. Christ. I'm only 18. What is a Substack? So a Substack is...
It's like a tech blog.
Yeah,
that you
it's just a
charge people
blogging
for.
website. Yeah, it's just like...
That's the quickest way to say it, yeah.
It's like professional Tumblr. It's like if Tumblr was professional. A lot of news people go to Substack because I believe there's ways they get paid. I don't know how that works. I will never know how that works. But,
Well,
you
my
know.
Substack is a bit of a meme for a
Yeah.
like an effort and futility of fun online.
Yeah, it's basically a blog where the writer makes you pay for it. Yes, Sai, exactly. I believe there's other ways, but yeah. She only means being a criminal advocate for herself. She don't give a fuck about other people.
If you have questions, I will set up an email address where we can correspond directly. Up until this point, that has never happened, and it's only going to be on.
Do
How
I
crazy would
email
it be?
Casey?
How crazy? Okay, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say the harshest shit right now. How crazy would it be if in the back seat there's like a little kiddie seat back there? I would be fucking livid. Holy
Christ! I don't think she'll. I don't think anybody wants to date her. I don't think that's possible.
I don't want to.
Oh,
you talked about the people
high
who like
field, yeah. High
hyper-
risk field ability.
high
Yeah.
risk.
I can't say the word. I was like,
Send Fenpos.
I send Fenpo. No, do not harass. Do not harass,
Don't
chat.
touch the poop.
Even though she is fully giving out her email, do not harass. Hi,
Ask for
Bristophilia.
an
Thank
interview.
you. Ask for. Bro, if I had an interview with Casey Anthony, I'd fucking jump. I would
Veto.
never do that. I would never do that for a myriad of reasons.
One of the main
Okay,
reasons that
okay.
I'm
Well, I was gonna be like, who's worse, Dan's burst or Casey Anthony? But Casey Anthony's murdered somebody.
I couldn't even.
Sorry, I hit my
doing
mic.
this. There are people close to me who have been targeted and attacked recently. There are also people close to me who have had some recent things occur, and when necessary, people needed to step up, myself included. So, as a proponent for the LGBTQ community, for our legal community,
Oh God.
She speaks for you, Falgi.
Just call me a slur.
Okay, I guess the question is to like truthfully ask: is Casey Anthony gay? Like, is
Maybe
that
she's bi?
is she bi?
Is that
gay?
you're saying is that the reason?
Like, cause like I see the tattoo, because I see the tattoo right here.
What is the tattoo of? I can't.
It's like it's a rainbow. It's a rainbow tattoo. It is very clearly like a. I can't tell.
Or are they hearts? Rainbow hearts?
I don't know.
It's like a stylized word.
Yeah, it's like stylized wording. I can't tell from here.
I'll never know.
I don't. I'm begging you to call me a slur.
Lipstick lesbian.
Lipstick lesbian is insane. Jesus Christ again! She seems more like a straight woman lying about being bi. Yes, Sai. Yeah. Yes. Again, if she's gay, I don't personally give a fuck. Like, I don't give a flying fuck if she's gay or not. Like, good for her, I guess.
Or bi.
Or bi.
Good for her? Don't be doing. Hold on, we're not.
No, good for her as in like, what the fuck am I supposed to say?
Nothing. You move on.
Women's rights. I feel that it's important that I use this platform that was thrust upon me and now look at as a blessing as opposed to the curse that it has been since 2008. With that, these aren't going to be perfect. They're not going to be edited. Most of the time, they're not going to be short.
Despair.
But I am proverbially standing in the light, embracing.
She's like going full Mama Max.
She is. The Leviathans are coming, Casey Anthony. The Leviathan. Casey Anthony detransitioner art. What the fuck, Pisces?
Those are not words that exist in the Bible.
Oh, I hate it so much, chat. I hate it. I hate it here. What are we doing here? Why were we put on this earth to suffer?
This piece still going to keep my privacy.
Do you think she goes in the water, or do you think like she like melts like a fucking witch? That's what I would love to know.
No, she turns into a sled monster until she comes back out.
Didn't she call the police because someone at a bar recognized her and spilled their drink on her? Based. That person probably got like fucking hands, like fucking high fives coming out of the fucking bar. That's fucking based. That's so based.
To see intact, so you will get very comfortable with my car, and I will explain in great detail why it's so important for people to protect their privacy. It's not just important to public figures, it's even more important to private individuals. And with the current climate in our country especially, it's that much more important, which is why I am utilizing the Substack platform. Yes, I am advertising this and publishing this on TikTok, possibly also through other meta platforms, but my intention is to separate from that and
I hate everything.
Showcase even more why Substack is such an important resource for people to utilize moving forward. Anyway, I appreciate your time.
Protect your privacy by citing off the internet. The A in LGBT stands for ally. No.
And we'll see how this goes.
I mean, if she's online,
so I'm very curious what the comments of this video are.
It's gonna autoplay it. It's gonna autoplay and move to another thing.
No, stop.
Just stop. Yeah, okay.
Casey Anthony rebranding herself as a legal advocate, like it's like Jeffrey Dahmer opening a steakhouse.
Somebody forgot to turn off comments.
Oh no.
She probably is just using it.
I'd rather follow your daughter, but you made sure she didn't get the chance.
This comment
been in the legal field since 2011. Girl, you were on trial. Shit.
TikTok don't fuck around.
No, they don't.
The audacity. We canceled
you had 31 days. 31 days to legally advocate for your daughter. But she was found in the woods. DNA in your trunk. Get off, please. Writing the fame of your child's death is absolutely horrifying. You can't rebrand. We know who you are. Jesus Christ. Yeah, the amount of people that says legal fields to 2011 girl use was on trial is hilarious. Let's see.
Can someone get Nancy Grace on the phone right now?
Well, we do know that Nancy Grace did react to this. Let me see if
It's in this voice chat.
It's in the voice chat.
Taught mom Casey Anthony returns.
It's in the voice chat.
Yes, that's what I said.
We're there. Let's see what Casey.
And I'm joined by Nancy Grace, who's
Hey!
covered this trial from the very beginning. Nancy, Casey says the why.
So this was 2 years ago, by the way.
Whoa! It's on the docuseries.
This is from the docuseries.
The docuseries.
Is
Okay.
that her father, who allegedly sexually abused her from ages
Yes,
8 to 11.
yes, I'm also gaining my faith in humanity because people know who she is. That's the one thing about TikTok. It's the reason I really like certain T dramas is that TikTok is just like, so here are like 20 to 30 TikToks about why this person's a piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's immediate, and those proliferate. Who is Nancy? So Nancy Grace is like a TV lawyer.
She was like a court TV, true TV pundit, personality pundit.
When we were kids.
She would kids. She would talk a lot about. She had a big voice.
During obviously this
in
case,
during this case, but in the community, she would just follow like daily, kind of like a CNN type of thing, but it was daily her show where she would follow up on crime related.
What was it called? The Nancy Grace
topics.
Report, if I remember correctly, or something like that.
Nancy Grace show. I forget what it's called, but
she did the Octomom.
Nancy
very
Grace.
big, very big.
Yeah,
She might have-
very big.
very big name back in the day. But a lot of people went to her for her not her takes. I guess you could say her takes because she was
like
kind of right
her
on
insight.
in a lot of instances. And from my understanding from back then, she was like right on the money on a lot of her stuff. And she would get call-ins, and she wouldn't like. She would call people out on their stuff too. She was very
Fucking remember call-ins?
Yeah.
Jesus
very,
Christ.
not
Call-ins used to be
emotional,
the
but-
thing.
Not the word emotion. I'm trying to think of what the word I'm thinking.
There
She
was a lot
very-
of there was a lot of fights live on air.
There was a lot
She
of
would
fights,
just
but she
would
held
just
her
rip
own,
them
man.
to shreds.
She
ripped
was
them
good
to
at it.
shreds.
Yeah.
She was
Her
famous.
show ran for 11 years and it ended in 2016.
That's
Like Tucker
fucking-
Carlson, not
yeah.
really the same, but in the
No,
sense that it was like a show with her name on it. She had her own like style too, and it was specifically crime stuff.
And then like her stuff kind of like her style of show informed of what a lot of what you guys see. Yeah, Closing Arguments was her other show. A lot of what you see court TV today, like if you're in the US and you know what the court channel is, blah 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 blah, that is
True TV
where that came from. Fauci, do a coast to coast and start taking call-ins. Maybe we'll
No.
do like a
Maybe.
We can do a call-in stream. I don't mind that. We
We'll
can do
consider it.
okay. Here's what we'll do. If we do a call-in stream, it'll be themed around advice. So if it's like dating advice, if it's life advice,
I like yeah.
all those things, like we can do like a we can call it the doctor's in, and you guys can like give us like your life problems and we'll talk about it. How about that?
But
We could do it like voicemails.
Not actually a doctor
Voicemails work.
is in.
I like voicemails. But then you could do Dr. Sin, and then you could be Dr. Sin.
Yeah, Dr. Sin. Yeah. Yeah, no, it could be fun. I
Oh,
don't.
yeah,
I
like, see
want to
if
hear
Pearson takes
Fauci
what
say
you
raw time. Raw time.
Was that her catchphrase? Do I not remember that?
I don't remember this.
don't
I
know
haven't
where
said
that raw
Insano and the motherfucking Braino in a minute because it
feel like
hasn't
you
been
said it
appropriate.
a couple streams ago.
Yeah.
But I made there. I know that McRib, he will do it.
It's
Yes,
next
I will
week.
Do it. Not
Same with the
next
melon.
week.
Diesel's melon stream is next week.
Yeah,
McRib
if you
stream
guys
is
just
next
want to
week.
call in and call me handsome, that works too.
Don't do that.
Don't do
so
that.
deeply traumatized her that all she was doing was following his directive. Does this change anything for you?
It changes nothing. She would have us believe that for the next 30 plus days, her father was calling her and giving her instructions as to how to behave. That doesn't make sense.
Something
What
that
you're
was
saying-
never presented in evidence, by the way.
Yeah.
Nothing that was never presented in evidence.
Well,
She's so
and the other thing is,
traumatized.
I guess you don't need to present your history as evidence, and so you could just kind of
Yeah.
say whatever.
Yeah,
Like,
pretty
this
much.
thing happened to me, and this is how it affects.
Well,
how it
because
affects
it was the
my-
bombshell that the defense had, because they could just, they.
But
had-
again, it's not evidence. Like there's no
yeah, they'd
evidence
have to
of
show
it, then-
proof. Well,
then
well,
there's no proof.
the
Yeah, no,
father
it's-
was on the stand, and the father said that didn't happen. Yeah, she came back 10 years later to do a fucking doc on her dad over even more. Yeah, that's exactly correct. Exactly.
As a victim of sexual assault.
I'm not talking about sex assault. I'm talking about murdering a little child.
Nancy, what do you make of the fact that Casey has become so close with her legal?
Well, and that's a really good point. It's not refuting that she was potentially assaulted by her father. It's refuting the fact that she's being coached by her father, which was something that was never brought into evidence ever.
And let's for just a moment, let's say it did happen, right? I will believe that is what happened in this scenario right here. That doesn't like exclude her from all the other shit that's clearly that she did do. You know, hurt people.
Yeah, and she was found guilty of 4 charges initially for the falsifying evidence, like the false reports. It went down to 2 because of the appellate court essentially stated, "Hey, you're trying her for the same thing twice. That's double jeopardy. So she's only getting 2 instead of 4 charges." So it wasn't really like she was found innocent. They just said, "Hey, you doubled up on charges." Yeah.
Okay.
It was that she can't be tried for the same charges twice. So 2 of the 4 counts that she was guilty of just went to 2.
Legal team that represented her all these years, they have potluck dinners together, and they deeply believe her.
They believe her. They rally against her. They're like, "Oh, her family abandoned her. We take care of her now." Like, it's insane. Probably because she made them a lot of fucking money.
Everyone in this case has made their fortune off the body of Caylee Anthony. They're in it thick as thieves.
You see Casey in tears. You see George so calm. One of the 2 of them is a complete pathological human being.
You can't see who is the liar. I'm going to get you another pair of glasses.
You are 100% sure she murdered her child.
Didn't he lose his job for
this dude talking? I don't know who this
Didn't
guy
he
is
lose his job for
know
like
who
sex
extra
stuff?
duties.
I can't remember anymore. I could be wrong.
I don't know who he is.
Are you doing the? Hey, isn't this the guy that? Don't do that if we don't.
Well,
know
no, because wasn't he also the guy that was in the fucking van?
I don't know.
Trump,
You're saying
with
things
the
I've never heard of.
Isn't Bush, whatever his name is?
I don't know any of this.
I can't remember. Maybe I'm
I don't watch
wrong.
TV.
So there was like another Bush who was like the Trump said grab him by the pussy.
Grab him by the pussy. I thought it was this guy. I could be wrong. I thought I was being interviewed by this guy. I fucking what the fuck is your name, dog? Ah, you fuckers.
Billy Bush.
Billy
His name is
Bush. Is his name Billy Bush? Like for real?
It said it right there. How did you not? It was the second word in the description. You looked for it.
Oh, it is Billy Bush.
Yeah, I
What
told
the
you.
fuck?
This is Billy Bush,
What?
you motherfuckers.
It's the
I'm not
grab by the pussy
crazy.
guy.
I am
crazy,
not
but I don't know who this
crazy.
is.
Billy Bush. I listen.
Yeah, it is Billy Bush.
Let's see.
Well, listen.
Let's see.
Clearly, he has a job because this was.
He's part of
this
the
was
Bush
before.
family. That's a fun fact for you. Controversies. Yeah, he was the grab him by the pussy, the Trump Access Hollywood scandal, because he got fired from Access Hollywood. Now this is extra.
Now he's on extra.
Extra.
He was replaced by Mario Lopez in 2019. This came
Mario
after
Lopez
Lopez departed Extra to host Access Hollywood. In
Oh
early
my God, they just swapped.
2025 Yeah,
They literally swapped.
Yeah, they literally swapped. In early 2025, he became a hot mice with Billy Bush. Yeah, no, this is his first guest was Megyn Kelly apparently.
Okay, moving on. I'm tired of talking about this guy's Bush.
Yes, I am 100% sure.
If she agreed to do an interview with you, because she's so sure of all this, would you do it?
I don't know. I don't think Top Mom Casey Anthony would sit still for me to cross-examine her. I don't think that'll ever happen.
Nancy Grace, unmoved, unflinching, unsurprising.
There you go, Nancy. Now, you said she also reacted to
Yeah,
it's
the
Top
other
Mom.
in the same.
I put
CNN.
videos, it's a top one.
No, not this one.
No, God damn it! Why don't you
That's
listen
what.
to me?
Breaking news tonight.
Oh, this is 44 minutes, dog.
The return of Tot
You know, you
Mom.
just
It
watch
feels
as
like
much you
a
want,
dirt
and then-
sandwich in my mouth. The return of Tot Mom. TikTok
She keeps calling her
stardom
Tot Mom. I don't know
ahead.
why.
So Tot Mom
guess so.
was a name that she got in the news. That was actually like something that she was
Yeah.
called.
Okay.
Casey Anthony haters beg, please go away. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us.
Okay. How much do I... Okay. Are you just going to recap?
We don't know. We haven't watched this. Go figure it out.
Let's see.
Oh, yeah. They're recapping all this. Just
And
keep going.
when she took police to where she worked, to Universal Studios, she got all the way in the car with cops, all the way to the security gate, all the way through the security gate to the building, out of the car, walking in the building to find her boss.
That's fine.
As well as Cindy.
Also, this will probably come up if you look into it. The father did do a polygraph, and it wasn't apparently great from what I understand. But again, polygraphs are inadmissible in court because they are notoriously bad.
And again, if that did happen, that doesn't excuse all the other stuff that happened to Caylee.
Yep.
At any time, did she say, "Dad, you had her last"? Remember when you got her out of the pool after you molested her? Did any of that happen, Rob Dick?
Oh, so it's also being alleged that he molested his granddaughter as well now, allegedly.
She never brought up those issues until trial.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to more of Tot Mom in her new money-making venture.
As a proponent for the LGBTQ community, for our legal community, women's rights,
oh God,
I feel that it's important that I use this platform that was thrust upon me and now look at it as a blessing as opposed to the curse that it has been since 2008.
Translation, I'm broke and I need beer money. Quick question, just
If you ever need a snippet of Nancy Grace to know who she is, that's literally her. That's how she's been for 20 plus years.
Yeah, it's so fucking based. Yo, go get her, Nancy. God damn, you go, girl. Fucking Christ.
Morgan, when is menopause? Just tell me, quick, when is menopause?
It's variable, dependent upon the population and specific women. You begin to think about 40 to 50, that time frame generally.
So we're really not even close. She could still have a baby. That's the only news that could be.
Bro, she's like this bitch needs her uterus. She's like her uterus needs to be fucked up.
Yes, excise her uterus.
Nancy Grace is a Kendrick level hater. I cannot explain it better than that.
That's insane. She's like, is her uterus fucking done yet? Is it vacant? Oh my God.
Nancy, the ultimate hater.
The only
13 plus years.
Oh
she still hates
my
her.
God. The only news worse is that she fucking has another baby is insane. Fucking go in, Nancy.
Force right now. Tot Mom has her hand in my pocket and everybody else is making money off her child. By the way, that was from her TikTok account at CaseyAnthony_Substack. She could have another baby. It's possible.
Oh, absolutely.
Let's just all say a silent prayer that doesn't happen. Okay, now more of Tot Mom in her money grab.
As a proponent for the LGBTQ community, for our legal community, women's rights.
Yo, Nancy is like, Nancy turns out to be the queen op of all time. You know what? If she is faultless, she is in the running for an apostate of the milk goddess. Oh, also, if you are new around here, we will divert for 1 second.
Okay.
If you're new to this community, we do have a glorious artist by the name of Majunga Wumba.
We have a religion.
And we here at the Op Block have a religion. And that religion is to our goddess. Do I not have it? Why do I not?
You don't have it on off rip?
Oh, no. It's digital traditional. I went to hobby and was in the wrong spot. To those who are new to the channel,
it's not a cult, it's a religion.
Here is our religion. This is our milk goddess. Thank you. This is one of the most beautiful things that one of our lovely artists? Majunga Wumba has done. This is like one of the most sick fan arts that I've ever received. And like
human pet guy, Dan's burst.
We have Tipster, human pet guy, Cybersmith, Dan's burst, Boogie with the liar tattoo, Judy Hops, Illuminati, and Chris Chan themselves. This is one of my favorite things on the internet.
Hear me out.
Just like literally, I remember this from the New Year's Live, I believe. Pretty. Yeah, this has been ongoing for a period of time. When we get a new cow, One of the eggs will probably disappear. Fauci is already in High Priestess in the crab cult. Yeah, she's just, this is just awesome. I love this. But no, like, yes, we did do a live. I did a live voice acted retelling of the Zootopia abortion comic. It's a whole big thing. And it's multiple sequels. Yes, you're correct. I love you showing this because you have to explain you read the Zootopia comic live. Yeah. Wait, it's missing Jar. I actually would put Jar there. Jar has to. So one of the big things.
We need like one more thing. And
not even just that. Jar needs to be on the channel.
Yeah.
Predominantly, all of those are people that we covered or have been on the channel. Yes, the
Tippy
Zootopia comic have multiple
Tippy's
things.
because Do loves Tippy.
Yes. Why
Boogie
Chili
hasn't.
Hops? We have a video. If you go to the channel and go to our videos, you can see us do a live reading, or me, a live reading of all the characters in the Zootopia comic. It's very famous.
The Zootopia abortion comic, to be clear.
It had more than one sequel. Had two. Had two sequels and a alternative ending. You don't know about the Zootopia comic, you poor soul. Yes, it's one of my favorite comics. It was a fun time. I had never read it and I read it live, and it was an insane trip for me personally.
You read it live in front of 5 other people who had all read it.
Yes. And I voice acted the entire thing. Wait, alternative ending? You just have to find out.
Yeah, the video's there?
Mm-hmm. The art being good makes it worse, 100%. The art being, like, accurate to the series made it go crazy. I'll have to go watch that, Lamau.
Let's go.
Greg, you could drop the video if you want to.
Oh,
okay.
If you want to like it either way.
Yeah,
go ahead.
the video
I'm
version.
Locked in.
Yeah.
I'm locked
feel that
into
it's important
Nancy.
Yeah, let's go. Come on, Nancy.
I use this platform that was thrust upon me and now look at it as a blessing as opposed to the curse that it has been since 2008.
A proponent for the LGBTQ community. What? Did they ask you to be their advocate? They have enough problems with people attacking them every day just because of who they are. Nothing more.
Look at Nancy being an ally. Fucking go get him.
I do wanna make note that I feel like there was some controversy with Nancy Grace for something. I don't remember what it was.
That's water under the bridge. That's water under the bridge.
Oh, it's water
under
the bridge.
We don't talk about that right now.
Under the bridge. We did not ask her. Did they ask you? Let's go.
With friends like this, who needs an enemy? I don't think they want you advocating for them.
Yes, Nancy,
Top Mom.
great. You know what?
Advocated.
Nancy,
I love the finger quotes.
Nancy, you are not here. You'll probably never see this video, but if you somehow do, you are now officially like the head of fucking priest of the fucking milk goddess. Just the level of a hater I feel from Nancy Grace is so fucking delicious.
She's my second favorite hater.
She is
There's
such
a huge controversy about Nancy Grace and her coverage of various cases, including the Octomom and Casey Anthony. People who were upset was the internet. Okay, well.
I don't, like, was she wrong about Casey Anthony? I don't think so.
So far, no.
And the Octomom shit is like, I hate to say this. The Octomom made her pregnancy something to profit off of. Like, I hate
ogle or gawk at.
Yeah, like it's such a hard thing to like say. No, that wasn't the point. Okay. To be fair,
okay, we'll just move on.
Yeah.
For your daughter or your mother or your father who you continue to take advantage of. That is from Tot Mom's TikTok account at @CaseyAnthony_Substack. There's more. Listen.
My goal is to continue to help people, to give people tools and resources that they can utilize so they actually know where they can turn to.
Now, here is the woman who is asking for your money, talking about privacy. I've never seen anything like it since Harry and Meghan and their worldwide privacy tour. Listen.
I will explain in great detail why it's so important for people to protect their privacy. It's not just important to public figures, it's even more important to private individuals. And with the current climate in our country especially, it's...
She's like, I should be private, but since I lost my privacy because I killed my child, I mean, you know. You serious? Like, come on. You fucking for real?
I was surprised she doesn't blame her mom for calling it in.
Yeah. Legit.
Well, because she can't say her mom molested her.
She could. She could say that her mom fucking videotaped
Probably
it.
not as impactful saying her father.
Mm.
Though.
She could say whatever the fuck she wants.
That's true.
Thank you, Knight.
That's from the official TikTok account at @CaseyAnthony_Substack. Privacy. Let's see. How maintain your privacy? Possibly don't get in a bar fight.
So you just need an incident report?
Yeah. If you can send that to me, I can send it to you. That would be no problem. Yeah, no, I haven't saved for stuff like this.
Why don't you file a restraining order?
I didn't have enough to file a restraining order. I had to have actual threats. Her texting was not enough. Her showing up where I was not enough. This is enough. In front of witnesses.
I'll tell you why Todd Mom Casey Anthony didn't file a restraining order after that bar fight from our friends at Channel 6. Because nobody would believe that she was the victim. And there's more. Maintain privacy. Don't get in a bar.
God damn.
Day one hater.
Oh my god, day one hater. And she got the fucking DLC pack in when she brings out the fucking bar fight from years ago. Jesus
the kids
Christ.
from the Octa one are 16 now.
Oh, I don't want to know
Picking it
that.
up.
That was crazy.
I'm new to the drama. Can I get a brief breakdown? So we went over the Casey Anthony case. For those who don't know, in America, Casey Anthony, it was alleged that she murdered her daughter due to neglect and other things. And we're kind of covering all of the groundswell and the fervor around the case because recently, as recent as like 2 days ago or 3 days ago, she's now trying to rebrand herself as a legal advocate. And like
LGBTQ.
making, like an LGBTQ advocate, a woman's right advocate, like all these things, like a privacy advocate. But the reality is like she's acting as if people don't remember who she actually is. And like she's using part of it, like she's using that fame from what she, like, and like the lies about her, like she would lie in her case, like all these things. Insanity, complete insanity.
Bar fight.
Again, I apologize. I said not emergency. Her friend was here. Several people that I've known for years are here as witnesses, if necessary. So I'm not trying to file a restraining order. I just want it to stop. And I know a restraining order at most is good for 6 months and it can go away. Right?
You can get a permanent one. People get permanent ones all the time. I know people who got permanent ones. Like, if you believe that this person is systematically harassing you, you can do it. So, Scum, no matter whether you look at it, thanks for the breakdown. Yeah, no problem. Like this is...
Thank you for stopping by.
Thank you for stopping. Like, like, myself, Ash, Greg, and I'm sure some of the other ops who, like, can't be here tonight for various reasons, because I know some of them are playing D&D, 100%, like, we were all, like, young enough to remember this case, or old enough
we were in
to
high
say.
school.
Yeah, like, we were all in high
happened.
school when this case was happening. Like, it's insane. Good night, Mac. We're going to be finishing up pretty soon.
Well documented incident that happened, and I'll put it as verbal threats because you said that she keeps calling me.
No, you can tell. She threw a drink at me.
Along with her TikTok video, Casey Anthony announces her deal with Substack, a subscription-based service that allows writers and podcasters to release material directly to subscribers.
So we kind of covered all of this. Again, Casey Anthony has now created a Substack. I wonder if I could find that.
It's in the...
oh, yeah, you have it. Yeah, you pulled it up.
Yeah.
You pulled it up. Thank you. You know, as I was doing that, I remember you posted it. So this is Casey Anthony's Substack. Where did I see it? Thank you. So this is Casey Anthony's Substack. It has been more than 16 years since my name became a household one. Everyone seems to have an opinion
I wonder why.
about me and about my life. I am an advocate, a researcher. These are my words. This is my real life.
3,000 subscribers.
Ugh.
Statutes and what the fuck? Everyone has been speaking good,
threats.
bad. Otherwise, you heed your words and make sure you are saying something of substance. Here's Florida law about threats, libel, and slander. You don't have to be a Florida resident to be charged. Jurisdiction.
That like don't fucking.
So
say
she's
shit
literally
about me.
so calling you a
threatening you,
murderer is
Fauci.
slander. Got it. How about neglecting your piss poor excuse for a mother? About being a neglectful piss poor. Also slander.
Amazing. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh,
Don't do
She's
this.
fighting in the comments. She's
You know what?
fighting in
Do
the
this.
comments.
You know what? If you were anybody else, I would tell you not to do this. But you go ahead and do this. Holy shit.
Yo, isn't that the point? I'm not afraid of you. You're just curious, You tried to silence me for... Oh my god, so...
What?
Look at this!
You tried to silence me, rando, online?
You've tried to silence me for years. I chose to live a private life, and I still will. I still speak out. I have fought for my daughter, Caylee. I have fought for our legal system. I fought for change. The fight will continue both publicly and behind the scenes. If you fail to see... Bro, she wrote a fucking paragraph. So say what you want, D. I will continue to do the same. So what you're saying is she can discuss, like, harming, like, that you harmed your child, but now you're not saying it's defamation? Let me remind you, it's also illegal to imply you are qualified to practice law or give legal advice if you're not a licensed attorney. I will remind you that this is not legal advice, public information.
Oh.
I've never once said I offer legal... If you are an advocate for the law, you are saying that you can do advice.
All right. This is not legal advice, Casey Anthony. You can go fuck yourself.
No! Again, I'm not slandering you. These are private opinions based on evidence that's there. I have overwhelmingly said that you were found not guilty in a court of law. Overwhelmingly said that. Have identified that and will continue to identify that.
No, that aside, it is fucking nuts that a alleged murderer is arguing with people in fucking comments.
Bro, if she keeps embarrassing herself on...
OJ is like arguing with people.
Sai, if you do a... Sai, I don't see why we shouldn't do streams on her. She wants to be a fucking influencer. She gets the influencer treatment. Straight up. We should be doing streams on her. She wants to be an influencer. Fuck it. Fuck it. Make her a cow. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Like, like that's what I'm saying.
Content.
Like if she wants to do this weird private public shit, and now she's like, oh, but I need to, like, she's never left the public eye. Why would you accept money and make a documentary? Accepting money, by the way. It's still accusing your father of crimes that we cannot prove, and saying that your father coached you to not go to the authorities over the death of your child is insane. What can we say for certain? We could say that Casey Anthony was grossly negligent, having her mother having to call 31 days after the disappearance, that she lied in her defense, that she lied to her family, her friends, and police officers about where her child's whereabouts were, who kidnapped her child because those people don't exist, where she worked, who she went. She is a pathological liar, so it's not out of the realm of possibility that she lied about her daughter's death. Now, could she be lying about her involvement? Sure. Can I say that she murdered her child? I can't say that for certain. What we can say is that she lied about her involvement, she lied about where her daughter's location was, and she lied about every other point of her life. She was convicted, tried, and found guilty of that. That's what you can say. People should spam the comments and asking how much she's done to find Caylee's real murderer. Jesus Christ. Casey, your post is not only factually inaccurate, it also demonstrates a profound misunderstanding about the law and your role as an evil advocate. To claim you're in a position to educate others on the law, blah, 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 it's dangerous. First, you assert that the First Amendment doesn't protect individuals from the consequences of their words most of the time. This is misleading and demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of how free speech works. The First Amendment does protect speech, but it's not an absolute right. There are exceptions, such as speech that defames others, incites violence, and threatens harm. However, what you're describing is an oversimplified and distorted view of how the law works in these areas. Slander and libel, for instance, are civil matters, not criminal, unless there's clear evidence of malicious intent or reckless disregard for the truth. The notion that someone can easily be prosecuted simply for expressing an opinion online is wildly inaccurate. The legal landscape for slander and libel claims is complex and varies much from state to state. You fail to grasp the nuance of the laws, and by offering such misguided advice, you are misleading others and about their rights and potential consequences. You also have to pay for her legal analysis. She's offering legal advice. Like,
well, what's her reply to this mess? This like,
this is such an accurate thing. Read and learn. Let's not forget you attempt to play the role as legal expert and steeped in irony in your own criminal history. You've never been held accountable for your daughter's death. There are far too many unanswered questions that surround the tragedy. But here you are lecturing others on legal matters if you have your own personal involvement in a horrific case should somehow grant you credibility.
This is only 15 hours ago. 10 hours ago.
10 hours ago! 10 hours ago, chat! She is fighting for her life literally 10 hours ago.
Like noon. She's typing this person.
You are an overwhelmingly disliked and hated person. Your existence online is going to be what it is if you're going to do this.
Yep. What are some of the... Oh, I don't have a Substack account. I will never have a Substack account. She's like getting eaten the fuck alive in her own shit.
I don't see anyone else defending her either.
No, nobody defending her.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, the righties definitely won't defend her because she says she's an LGBTQ advocate.
Yeah, again, I have said everything. None of it is malicious. She wants to be going at public persons. She can... I will point her in a direction that she doesn't want to go. Stick it where the fucking sun don't shine. That's pretty much it, chat. Like, yeah, I know what I'm doing tomorrow. I'm gathering up all this shit. Let's go, Sai. Let's fucking go. Sai, if you need any of the videos and things, you can reach out to us. You can reach out to me if you ever need, straight up. If you ever need anything, just reach out.
You should probably tell them your
Discord. I don't want to blast my Discord. I'm FalGeexe on Discord.exe on Discord, if I remember correctly.
FalG.exe.
Yeah.
Or Twitter.
Or you can reach out on Twitter at @theoplock. Yeah, anytime you need research stuff, you let us know. You've been cool to us. You've been here. Fuck it.
You've been here all day.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Now hold on a minute. Now she put this public. It's bad. Yeah, no, she put this up publicly. This is a public post that people are replying to.
Mm-hmm.
And she's giving legal advice. She's giving her interpretation of legal facts. That is advice.
And being paid for it.
And being paid for it. When we discussed a lot of the Destiny stuff, and I really discussed a lot of the legality of it, I quite literally said I am not a lawyer, and all of the opinions that I'm giving are from lawyers. And you could watch any of the myriad of videos on the internet that literally link to that. That's all I said. Because you can understand the law and say in this instance it probably doesn't even work. But in this instance, you are paying her, it's behind a paywall to understand legal facts. You are paying her for her to explain legality to you.
Get a lawyer at that point. If you're going to spend money on a lawyer.
Not even remotely qualified to do this. I would love to hear from law experts if this is legal. Yeah, she can literally, she says that she's not a lawyer elsewhere. Very funny because LawTube is a thing. Yeah, I would be very, very interested if, I would love to know what LawTube thinks. Because this is insane to me.
Oh, yeah.
This is actually one of the most insane, like I don't know anybody else. I should make friends in LawTube. Hey, LawTube,
that'd be pretty cool.
If you guys need research stuff, we do it on the reg. Please. I actually, listen, if I had friends on LawTube, I'd fucking do it. I think it'd be interesting. Because this is interesting. Like, is this legal? Like, I don't know if it is. Nick Rikita.
Like, Legal Eagle is busy, guys.
Where's the Legal Eagle drop on this one? I talked to Beckett. He knows a lot of people. He knows people in LawTube. I mean, like, I would. Who knows? I would.
It's always good to network, Falty.
Yeah, I would definitely like try to reach out to LawTube people if I knew them personally or can find a way to meet them. Because I'd be very curious. Like, is this legal? Because it's behind a paywall. She's giving you, like, is this considered a blog? Is this, like, I'm just so curious. Yeah, like it's just like a Illuminati flashback. I would at Legal Eagle so badly. I might do
He's
it.
busy with the honey thing.
Well, no, it's
No,
all the other stuff.
But this would
America
be
stuff
like
happening.
this would actually be a really good and interesting video for someone like him to do, explaining like somebody who comes in very malign, because this is our OJ Simpson, and this person is now coming on the like OJ. Like, what did OJ do? OJ would literally make jokes about killing people and like other things. I'm not gonna ask.
He moved to Florida where they don't.
He wrote a book called
If I Did It. Like,
well, it wasn't gonna get published, and then it did, and then like all the money. Oh no, it's something else. They changed the title of it or something.
He did publish it, and then the family sued again and said you need to change it because he didn't. He did a live interview on Fox. I remember I stayed up to watch that shit because it premiered at like 12 a.m. I remember that. It was insane. Yeah, OJ for younger millennials and older Gen Z. Yeah, like it was insane. But yeah, I mean, like that's pretty much it. Like, this is Casey Anthony in a nutshell. She's doing her shit. She wants to be a fucking influencer now. I think she's free game to cover. Like, what's up, Greg?
No, if I'm remembering the OJ thing, like the family won.
Yes.
And then they like changed the font so it looks like it just says I did it.
Thank you so much for the 10.
Thanks. I hate that this See You Next Tuesday is still getting away with it.
No, but like
thank you, Sai.
In the sense of she got away with it.
Yeah.
Like she didn't really, right? Because we all know.
Well, it was the same thing with OJ.
The consensus.
OJ, the consensus later in life. It wasn't immediate, but later they were like, yeah.
I think she personally thinks she got away with it and faced no repercussions. She probably deals with some inconveniences, but like to her, it was worth it.
Like getting drinks thrown on her.
Yeah,
like that's like nothing compared to like being in jail. Like she got out, like being in jail for the rest of her life, and she technically could make jokes about her daughter's death and could not go to prison because like double jeopardy.
The only way that would work is if it was a civil case, much like what happened with OJ. OJ lost civil cases regarding the murders.
And he also moved to Florida where I think the statutes were different for cross-state stuff. I can't remember the full details.
There are two potential subjects. In the OJ case, it wasn't just him. There's strong evidence that was actually a son. Yeah, I heard that. Again, I don't think everyone knows OJ did it. I mean, he's dead now.
He's dead. He can't do anything.
Yeah.
What are they gonna?
He also was in a robbery in Las Vegas.
Yes, because he was
his sports memorabilia.
Yes, because he had to sell it off to pay, and then he tried to steal it back. Lawyer is Florida based. I'd listen. Hey, good night, Slide. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chat. I promised something at the end of stream.
You did?
I did.
What was that?
If we get a donation,
don't get the fucking video claimed. I'm gonna be so mad.
Taking my shirt off doesn't get the video claimed.
Yeah.
Wow.
Are you sure?
How does that break TOS? My shirt off breaks TOS?
You're showing your boobs.
Wait, how did our concurrent videos go to 8 randomly?
Nobody wanted to watch this. Nobody wanted to watch this.
No,
you threatened people who left.
No, we're at 80. No, I think it just I think my fucking whatchamahoozy just went kablooey for a second. Listen, chat. Or is it because we've been streaming for longer than 12? Is that what happened? I don't fucking know. I think we're No, it's fine.
We didn't.
4 hours.
Stripping is TOS on Twitch. I'm not stripping. I ain't stripping. I don't know, chat.
Stop.
I don't know. You could have got what you wanted. I guess no one wants to donate the 50 for it. It's okay.
I want this to end.
Chat, I'm going to turn the end stream button now.
Chat, please don't.
No one's
Because
gonna
I have
donate.
to edit this video and I don't want to see this.
No one. Twitch has TOS against undressing of streaming for all genders. Don't know about YouTube. I don't know. Again, I'm not undressing.
He's willing to risk it
for the biscuit.
Don't get the channel deleted.
I don't. Again. I guess no one wants to donate the 50. It's okay, chat.
This is cringe.
I know. I'm being facetious. All right, chat. I'm gonna send you to Core because Core is streaming. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much for coming around. Thank you guys so much. Just remember to like and subscribe if you haven't already. If you want to become a member, thank you guys so much. I'll see you guys later. Platinum, what the fuck?
Oh my
No.
god.
Platinum, why?
That's soy boy.
That's not a.
Just record something later and send it directly to Platinum.
No, that's even worse.
No.
That's even worse.
Platinum, I want you to know whatever happens now is your fault.
Oh, chat.
Just take look. Just leave the room, take your shirt off, and come back in. It's not stripping if you're not on screen, right?
That's insane.
We got to do it now.
I can't. It doesn't break. Can we find out if it breaks TOS?
It doesn't do it.
It doesn't.
I don't know if it does.
Are you sure?
I don't know.
Does taking my shirt off? Does taking my jacket off because I'm sweating bullets? As long as no wiener. Like if I do this, like,
there's shirtless men on YouTube right
That's
now.
what I'm saying. There's shirtless men on YouTube all the time.
Yeah, I'm looking at a shirtless man right now flexing. So, yeah, you can do it.
As long as you make your channel about fitness.
Yeah, just turn the camera off, take it off, and then turn the camera back on.
Addressing off screen and returning doesn't break anything. All right, give me 1 second.
Chat, why you do this to us?
I have to. I'm switching shirts right now. Hold up, brother. What is going on?
No lap dance.
No. Is this no?
No, this is not prostitution.
No, it's not. Can I turn this? Can I turn the camera back on? I need
just
to.
Don't treat it sexual. You're just standing there.
Chad, I'm just gonna put a different jacket on, okay?
Man's got his pepperonis out.
I'm gonna hide this stream after chat. I hope this stream's going members only. No, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll try to get it out tomorrow, chat.
All right.
Maybe
I gotta put a different jacket on, chat. I'm sorry. I gotta put a different jacket on. I'm sorry.
What,
please.
hippie? What?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I know, chat. I gotta put a different jacket on. I hope Casey sees this.
I hope Nancy sees this.
Oh shit! All right, chat. See you the fuck later. Goodbye.
Platinum, are you in the Discord?
No. Ash should actually wait. Fuck off for a second.
What?
Fuck off. We didn't get claimed for showing a man's bare whole ass on the internet. Sissy Recovery was fully naked on the internet. I can show off my fucking chest. Here, chat. There you go. Goodbye, chat. Goodbye. See you the fuck later. I just took my fucking shirt off.
How are you going to explain this to Core?